Stand by. We are having trouble getting to YouTube all of a sudden. Okay, I think we're on. Director Ray, can you give me a quick test?
Test.
Okay, give me 30 seconds to see if that came through.
Okay.
Okay, looks like we're good. We're ready to start.
Good evening, everyone. I'm calling to order this virtual meeting of the Douglas County School District Board of Education on May 12th at 5:31 p.m. We will begin with roll call. Chancho Shore.
Here.
Graziano.
Here.
Hanson. She looks frozen. Oh, there she is. All right, unmute there.
Here.
All right, very good. All right, Holtzman.
Here.
Lung.
Here.
Meek.
Here.
And Ray is here. We are a full board with all 7 members present. Next on our agenda is to accept the agenda. Is there a motion to accept?
I move that the agenda be modified to include an executive session prior to the adoption of the consent agenda for the purpose of seeking legal counsel regarding item 8, annual contract, renewals and non-renewals on employment.
I second.
Motion's been made to accept the agenda with a modification to insert an executive session prior to the adoption of the consent agenda for specific counsel regarding item number 8 on annual contracts. It's been seconded by Director Lung. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
And Ray is an aye. That motion passes unanimously. Next on our agenda is public comment. Our board certainly values diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout our community, specifically regarding items that are on our agenda tonight and issues that impact the educational needs of our students. 2 policies guide how public comment to the board is received: Board Policy KE, Public Complaints, and Board Policy BEDH, Public Participation at Board Meetings. Policy BEDH also explains that since the board's responsibility is setting policy for the school district, members of the public should direct their comments to policy matters, and notes further that citizens are strongly encouraged to contact the teacher, building principal, or superintendent first with questions or concerns. Board Policy KE outlines the process for responding to grievances and complaints and explains that the board believes that complaints and grievances are best handled and resolved as close to the origin of the concern as possible. Therefore, we encourage the proper channeling of concerns. For example, concerns that involve a child should begin with the teacher, then the building administrator, then the director of schools, assistant superintendent, and superintendent before appealing to the Board of Education. Given the remote format of our meetings, there are some additional directions I would like to provide those who are making comments tonight. First of all, as always is our practice, those wanting to make public comment are requested to complete an online form prior to 3 o'clock of this meeting. Those who are signed up by this time receive an email with directions for calling in. Once called in, your phone will be muted until your name is called. You will be able to listen to the meeting via your phone, but not speak. Please make sure that you are not running the meeting on a computer in the background and that you are in a quiet environment. Once I call your name, please state your name and ask if you can be heard. I will respond for you to continue. I would also remind commenters that we want to continue to maintain a decorum of mutual respect and would ask that speakers refrain from using individual names in an offensive manner, as this only distracts from the issue of concern. It is also important to note that this board follows Robert's Rules of Orders to guide it in participating in an orderly and fairly conducted meeting. Under those rules, if a director calls for a point of order, all discussions and comments should stop so that a determination can be made as to whether a procedural rule or board policy has been violated. Therefore, if a point of order is made while public commenters are making their comments, or if I interrupt, the speaker should pause until otherwise directed to continue. The speaker's phone will be muted until asked to continue. Each speaker will be allotted up to 3 minutes tonight to address the board. Please know that this is our time to just listen without engaging in discussion. I may provide some summative comments at the end of the public comment session to provide clarity and/or next steps for the issue that has been raised. So this time we will go ahead and proceed with public comment. First on our list is Claudia Swayze. Claudia, are you there?
Director, we don't see Claudia in our attendee list right now.
Okay, so we'll skip Claudia for now. Oops. We'll skip Claudia for now, and we will return to her should she enter. And thank you, Gautam, for informing us of that. Next on the list is Callie Leba. Callie, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. Please continue.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, directors and Superintendent Tucker. I'm Callie Leba, and I'm honored to be the president of the Douglas County Federation. As always, thank you to all of you for your continued dedication and work, especially during this extraordinarily challenging time. I think it's fair to say that we're all reeling with the latest information from the Joint Budget Committee. We know the state is predicting a deficit of more than $3.3 billion. It's reassuring to hear that the legislature is prioritizing education, but that's not enough. Education in Colorado is still, sorry, my screen just went into full screen from you guys so that I can see the time, but I can't see my comment.
Okay, we can still hear you though,
I
Callie.
can't
So go
figure out-
ahead.
Well, I can't see my my public comment that I've
Oh, you
written.
can't see your notes. Oh, okay.
My notes. Thank you. Thank you, Gotham. I think you fixed that for me. So I appreciate that. So prioritizing education at the legislature is just not going to be enough. Even as you said, Director Ray, in the Colorado Public Radio article, we didn't build any of our budgets with fluff. Major cuts to the budget will bring harm directly to students. I implore you as leaders to work with us in getting Initiative 271 on the ballot and then endorse it as a body. Initiative 271 will not only lower taxes for 95% of Coloradans at a time when we need it, but it will only raise taxes on the top 5% of earners. And more importantly, it'll bring an estimated $2 billion into Colorado's budget, half of that going directly to K-12 education. Colorado's tax system isn't fair, and the majority of voters agree that everyone should pay our fair share. I'd also like to talk to you about plans to reopen our schools. Please, let's work together along with parents to make these decisions. The AFT has published a document, a plan to reopen America's schools and communities, and together we can use this as a roadmap for our planning in Douglas County. I will email a link of the document to all of you. To quote the document, all community members are struggling with the fear and anxiety of reopening before a vaccine is widely available. In order for communities to trust reopening plans, they need a seat at the table to make decisions and to feel engaged and empowered to help their community implement them. It's more important now than ever to involve teachers, staff, parents, and community in decision-making. Our neighboring districts are doing this through their collective bargaining agreements. While that's not currently the case in Douglas County, we can still work together. I would ask that together we create a task force that includes parents, community, teachers, and staff, both members of the DCF and non-members. This statement from AFT's plan is really important to me. Without transparency and joint decision-making, there's a real risk of distrust, the spread of misinformation, and a lack of compliance with reopening plans. So let's work together to create a plan that it's transparent, includes the experts in our parent community, involves teachers and staff who are in the buildings, and that builds the trust necessary for successful implementation. Together, we can create a plan that is effective for all of us, and together we can be more effective communicators in a time when clear communication is a key to success for our students. So let's work together along with parents and community to create the best plan for all of us. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Leba. Next on our list is Janine McDonald. Janine, are you there and can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Very good. Go ahead.
Excellent. So thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name's Janine McDonald. I just moved with my family to Sterling Ranch in October from Stapleton in Denver. I had my son start kindergarten in August at Roxborough. And I also have a 3-year-old that I'm hoping will be in preschool at Roxborough this coming year. So I've always been a supporter of neighborhood schools. And for the past year, I've encouraged families in my new neighborhood to choose their neighborhood school of Roxborough. What I'm realizing now is a true neighborhood school will be taken from our neighborhood if we are split into 2 unequal parts, which is exactly what will happen if the built part of Sterling Ranch stays at Roxborough, and the new area for the next 5 to 7 years will then be going to Coyote Creek. Those of us that chose to send our kids to a neighborhood school want the experience of their kids going to school with others from their neighborhood. We know Douglas County has great schools, and many of us decided because it's a great school, but because it was our neighborhood school, and we wanted our kids to feel a sense of community in their new home. If we decide to continue to send our kids here, we will be doing exactly the opposite of sending them to school with more of their neighbors. They will continue to be the much smaller population than the majority of the kids at Roxborough, based on the number of families that choiced out of Roxborough at a 20 to 30% ratio. And if this passes, now there will be no new children from Sterling Ranch at Roxborough, as we once believed. Sterling Ranch has only been here for about 2 years. The small amount of homes that have been built during this time will now be ostracized from the rest of the neighborhood that will now be going to a different school, and from the outside, potentially a school that may be more appealing to this area. Earlier start and end times, more convenient location, a K-6 school, that is all, and also much closer to the middle school that possibly older siblings will be attending. Now you think about the families with younger children that may even not be in school yet. So our 2 and 3-year-old children in this part of the neighborhood will be sent to a school with far less children from the neighborhood than if you moved here a year or 2 later and would be going to Coyote Creek. I think that will not only encourage more families to choice out of Roxborough and create even less of a community than we had before, but I know the purpose in splitting the community was to create as little disturbance as possible for the families already at Roxborough. But this doesn't in any way take into account our younger children that may not have ties to Roxborough, but their neighborhood school is now not the true neighborhood school compared to the rest of the community. So I don't think the neighborhood of Sterling Ranch should be split between more than one neighborhood school. As it is now, there are less than 40 kids at Roxborough that live in Sterling Ranch out of about 700 children. With no new children from this neighborhood going there, that ratio will stay about the same based on the rest of the neighborhood going to Coyote Creek and people choicing out. It doesn't seem to me that Roxborough would become overcrowded by any means based on these numbers, and they could fit more kids from Sterling Ranch at least for the next few years. On the other hand, if you want to change the neighborhood school, go ahead and change it, maybe for the whole neighborhood, allowing those 37 or so kids to stay at Roxborough if they'd like. We just don't want the families that wanted the experience of a neighborhood school to be left out just because they moved here a few years earlier. So thank you very much for your time.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. McDonald.
Mhm.
Next on our list is Julie Lamb. Julie, can you hear us? It appears that Mrs. Lamb is still muted. I don't know if that's something Julie can control.
There we go.
There we go. Hi, Julie, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
So actually, I was, coming before you tonight to thank you for your hard work and dedication to making these brave decisions and standing for our teachers and our students. And I realize we've had a lot going on. I did want to speak to you tonight in regards to agenda item number 8, but since you've already voted on that, we are all good. So thank you. And I look forward to seeing what other good things you have to talk about tonight. Thank you.
And Julie, I'm just going to pause you for a second just to clarify for the public. We've not voted on item number 8. We simply are seeking legal counsel regarding it. So it very well could continue to be on our agenda. So if there's comments.
Well, let me just tell you then, I can't speak for the renewals personally, and I haven't had the opportunity to really hear and see the work being done at this level. However, it does feel that the timing of this is less than ideal and unfortunate, but putting the cabinet before our teachers just doesn't feel like the right thing to do. I urge you to table this agenda item for the evening, and please consider the hard work our teachers have done and are continuing to do, the nuts and bolts of this district for the past several months, and they need to be put first, in my opinion. And I really hope that that can be tabled and that we can focus on the teachers who are showing up every day doing the hard work. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Lamb. I'm going to cycle back and Gautam Sethi. Do we have Claudia Lanier Swayze on the panelist yet?
Dr. Ray, I don't see her name on there.
Okay. I'm just going to pause for a moment just to make sure. And with that, we'll go ahead and close public session. I will just make a couple of summative comments regarding, first of all, to Ms. Leba, if you stay around to hear the superintendent's report, you will hear information regarding a proposal for a task force, similar to what you were wondering about. And Mrs. McDonald, the boundary discussion will certainly be one that you'll want to hear later on, that we will reflect on your comments and thoughts as well. And then, as we stated, Mrs. Lamb, the item number 8 on the consent agenda, I would just clarify that's not just for cabinet contracts, it really is for all employee contracts on that agenda item. So just to clarify that, and once we receive legal counsel during executive session, we will have more information regarding that particular consent agenda item. So with that, I'm going to close public comment, and we're going to go ahead and move on to the request that an executive session be inserted at this time. If it is approved, this is a closed session to hold conference with the board's attorneys to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 246402-4B, specifically to seek legal counsel around the agenda item regarding annual employee contracts. During executive sessions, the board is not allowed to adopt any proposed policy, resolution, regulation, or take any formal action. Given that we have a quorum of the board of all 7 members, it requires a 2/3 affirmative vote for us to go into executive session. So I would ask for a motion to pause our regular board meeting and move into executive session.
I move that we pause our regular meeting and move into executive session.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Director Meek, seconded by Director Long. In addition to Superintendent Tucker, our executive session will include consultation with General Counsel Mary Clemish, Deputy Counsel Brian Condon, and Chief Human Resource Officer Amanda Thompson. Any further questions or discussion before we take a vote? All right, seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore,
Aye.
Graziano,
Aye.
Hanson,
Aye.
Holtzman,
Aye.
Lung,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
and Ray is aye. For the public that's viewing at this time, the executive session may take somewhere between 20 to 30 minutes when we will be pausing this regular meeting and moving into executive session. Directions specifically for board directors, you will need to exit out of this Zoom meeting at this time. Go to your email and find a link that specifically invites you to the executive session through a secure Hangout with Google. So you should exit, look for that link in your email, and then please text me if for some reason you are having problems getting linked on to the executive session. So at this time, we will pause this board meeting for the next 20 to 30 minutes. Thank you. All right, Chris, are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right, we are on our way back to the general session, so you should be joined here shortly with all other board directors. It might be helpful to have assist Chancho Shore again. I'm not sure if she knows how to get back on.
I'm on.
Okay, very good. Chancho Shore, you're like the next one on, man. Go, girl.
I just need the launch pad, then I can do it.
All right, I'm looking to see if we have everybody here. I don't see Graziano.
Oh, now I see you. I was gonna say it's not showing you though, and I could only hear you, but now I can see you.
All right. So we're waiting for, let's see, Elizabeth. So just Graziano, is that?
Want me to tutor Graziano about how to get on?
You want me to text him and make fun of him?
You got Thomas, and there's Graziano. So we were about to,
Anthony, did you need my help getting on this thing now?
He's just a salesperson, okay?
all right, got him. And Chris, will you let us know when we're recording and can resume our meeting?
You are live. Feel free to resume.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience in allowing us to pause our meeting, and we are resuming our regular meeting at this time. Next on our agenda, we are at the adoption of the consent agenda. Items on this agenda include the guaranteed maximum price for charter school capital improvement projects, guaranteed maximum price for our 2020 bond improvement projects, mill levy oversight ad hoc committee recommendations for membership, annual contracts, renewals and non-renewals of employment, legal notice that is required to be published in the newspaper announcing our date of when the proposed budget will be considered. We have a consent agenda item regarding Douglas County School District application for Every Student Succeeds Act funds. And then we have an agenda item for novel and textbook adoption and personnel changes. Is there a motion regarding the consent agenda?
I have a motion to move the consent agenda without item number 8.
Okay. Director Holtzman, I know you were going to do something in there
Yeah,
too.
I would actually ask for a friendly amendment. I would like to remove item number 11, novel and textbook adoption.
Okay, Director Lung, do you accept the amendment? Okay.
Yes.
So Lung has made an amendment to accept the consent agenda with the exceptions of item 8 and item 11. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Susan Meek. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none. So the motion on board is to approve items number 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, and 12 on the consent agenda. Let's vote. Chancho Shore,
Aye.
Graziano,
I'm sorry, just to confirm, so we're voting on all the remaining items except 8 and 11, is that
that's
right?
correct. Uh-huh.
Aye.
And Hanson,
Aye.
Holtzman,
Aye.
Lung,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Bray, aye. So consent agenda, those items pass unanimously. So we will move on now to item 8, annual contract renewals and non-renewals of employment. Director Lung, you requested this to be pulled off consent agenda, so I'll let you lead the discussion.
I actually received some communications and concerning about why we voting to approve, the contract before the district understand, the finance situations and budget situations, because this is a fast moving situations. Every day we get a new number. And so what's the rush of approving this contract? Why now? Especially there's 6 resolutions in this agenda item. And my understanding is that legally, we need to deal with only some of the employee, and the rest of the employee legally, we don't need to take an actions before June 1st. So again, I see some explanations to see why. And that's why I think it's fair to take this agenda item out to explain what we are doing and why we are doing this. Is it necessary to approve all of them at the same time, all 6 of them? Or can we defer some of those or just dealing with the most important one? I think the general public deserve to know what we are doing.
Other responses to Director Lung or other discussion? So Director Lung is advocating that we not move forward with the majority of these items other than those that are legally required, which would be the non-renewals as well as the displacement resolution.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm going to clarify that I am advocating we examine each one of them individually, since there's 6 resolutions in there, and decided which one we should move forward and which one we should not, instead of just wholesome approving it in a consent item without discussions.
Okay, so Director Lung is advocating that we look at each resolution, discuss and vote separately, then having them all cluster together. Other thoughts, discussion regarding that? If you'll just wave at me if you have thoughts. I will weigh in and just say that I would be supportive of looking at just the 2 items that are required statutorily and moving forward with those. I am hesitant, quite honestly, to not move forward with all of these, quite honestly, because I think this provides some security to our staff in times of things that are uncertain right now. I understand Director Lung's advocacy that we have a lot of unknowns budget-wise, and statutorily we're not required necessarily at this time to move forward with the majority of these items, but at the same time, I think we owe it to our staff to provide them some kind of sense of security. And so we have gotten reassurance from both legal counsel as well as our superintendent that even approving these does not prohibit us from taking other actions should we need to take actions regarding personnel issues. So those are my thoughts regarding this, but I would ask for any questions. If there are no other questions, though, I would ask for us to move forward with a motion with regards to how we want to proceed. Director Holtzman?
So I think I can make this motion. If I'm correct, Director Lung pulled this entire item off of the consent agenda. The motion I would make is that we proceed to approve all of the resolutions that are presented to us with the understanding that we have that, as Director Ray just stated, that this doesn't prevent us from future action in the case of an emergency, in the case something is necessary financially. But I'm comfortable with approving all of these at this time. So my motion would be that we approve all the resolutions.
Second.
Motion's been made by Director Holtzman to go forward and approve all the resolutions with the caveat of acknowledging that staff has assured us that there's strategies that we can still take regarding personnel concerns should we need to because of budgetary issues. That motion has been seconded by Director Chancho Shore. Any further discussion regarding the motion? Director Hansen.
I cannot vote at this point in time to approve the cabinet contracts because I do not have a 100% guarantee that we will not be obligating ourselves financially if we are unable at some point down the road to continue with our cabinet in the configuration as it currently exists. So if it would be easier to individually look at the items that are included in agenda number 8, just to clarify, I am comfortable renewing our teacher contracts. So I will leave that up to you, but I will not be able at this time to vote to approve the cabinet contracts.
So Director Hansen, you could make a secondary motion, which that would sound something like approval, recommending to approve all the resolutions with the exception of the cabinet resolution. That would be a secondary motion that we would take action on first before we would move to the motion that's currently on the table regarding Director Holtzman's motion. So is there a motion there, or do you feel like the motion that has been made, you will simply need to vote no, given your objection?
My preference would be to move forward with the other contract. So I will move to move forward with agenda item number 8, including all parts, but the cabinet contract extensions.
A secondary motion has been made by Director Hansen to approve all resolutions with the exception of the resolution regarding cabinet contracts. Is there a second?
I second.
That's been seconded by Director Lung. Any further discussion regarding that motion? The motion to approve all resolutions with the exception of with the exception of the resolution for cabinet contracts. Any discussion regarding that? Is that
This is Krista. Yeah. So I just wanted to make the point that I do not share Director Hansen's understanding of the cabinet contracts and the way that will proceed. Like I don't understand it in the same way that you do. And actually I can pull up the resolution. If you just give me 1 second. The 4th paragraph, the resolution for cabinet contracts says, be it further resolved that the superintendent is hereby authorized on behalf of the board in accordance with future board action regarding employee compensation to extend offers of contracts to the cabinet position. So referencing the future board action is the reason I don't share the understanding that you have.
Okay, so Director Holtzman has added a not oppositional, I guess, or just a opposing point of view in terms of the understanding regarding this resolution. Director Lung, other discussion?
Yes, I think my main objection is that in our next board meeting, which is May 26th, that's when we will be present with budget draft. And knowing that there's no urgency or legal requirement for us to approve, for example, cabinet, contract, I would love to know about our financial situations before we take a vote, on this to offering contract without knowing the financial consequence. And I also hear different interpretations of the resolutions. And again, once we approve the resolutions, that's it. So it made me feel better by knowing the actual, the actual language. I would love to see it modified a little bit better to clarify this. So 2 reasons. One is I would love to vote on this when we actually have the actual budget. And also knowing that we have no, the legal language is not very clear, and I'm very hesitant to approve it at this time.
Director Lung, I would just, that's a fair argument and it's been heard, but just understand that there's a motion on the table right now that is asking that all these resolutions be approved with the exception of cabinet contracts. So at this time, I'm asking for discussion or any other comments regarding that motion that has been seconded as well. Any other discussion? Director Hansen and then Director Graziano.
I just wanted to respond to Director Holtzman. I see the clause included in the contract renewal resolution, and it does say in accordance with further board action regarding employee compensation. I think my concern is just if it is one step further and we are looking at more than an issue of just a salary offer. And if we don't have the funds to support, like I said, the current cabinet as it sits today, and some of that restructuring is actually required, then I think we have backed ourselves into a corner and are going to be financially obligated based on the terms of the one cabinet contract that I have seen.
Okay, other Director Graziano.
Yeah, I was just going to weigh in based on the conversation we had in exec session with our legal counsel. I would just support what was presented by Director Holtzman around that, and that I don't feel we are backed into a corner with this. We have options, and so kind of fall behind that position going forward.
Okay, Director Meek and then Director Chandrashore.
Yeah, I think my concern is really just the uncertainty with the budget at this point in time, and we haven't even had a budget update yet for this evening. And there are only two areas where we really need to move forward based on Colorado law, which with the non-renewals and the displacements. And to move forward when we don't even know what the compensation looks like, it feels a little premature. We still have a couple of weeks before we have the budget. And I still know we're talking with folks and getting feedback. There's all kinds of options out there with potential furlough days or pay reductions. I'm not trying to create panic or anything, but to move forward when there's a lack of clarity and we don't even have all the information from tonight's presentation on budget and information, it just seems like we would only want to move forward with those items that we really need to move forward with and wait to take action on the others.
Thank you, Director Meek. Director Chandrashore.
I would concur with Director Holtzman. Based on the conversation that we had with our legal department, I had many questions regarding, we have no idea what our budget says, but this resolution does not conflict with the information that we don't yet have. So I would concur with Director Holtzman.
So I'm going to go ahead and ask us to vote. The motion on the table right now is to approve all the resolutions with the exception of the resolution regarding cabinet contracts. If that motion passes, then that particular agenda item comes to a close. If it doesn't, then it reverts to the motion that Director Holtzman made regarding accepting and approving all the resolutions as written. So the current resolution is accepting all resolutions with the exception of the cabinet contract resolution. Let's go ahead and vote. Director Chandrashore.
No.
Graziano.
No.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
No, and again, I'm doing that with the understanding that that doesn't prevent us from doing anything like possible furlough days or actions. So.
Very good, thank you. Director Holtzman, Director Long. Director Long, you're muted, my friend.
I don't see any urgency to approve this, knowing that in May 26th, we are going to have a preliminary budget situations, and what's the rush?
So that was a no vote, Director Long?
No, I is a yes vote to support Dr. Hanson's resolutions.
Very good. Thank you, sir, for that clarification. And Director Meek.
No.
And Director Ray is a no. So that motion fails 5-2, which puts us back to the original motion that Director Holtzman stated with regards to approving all resolutions with the understanding that it does not prohibit us from making further decisions that need to be made regarding personnel and being able to balance and propose a balanced budget. Any further discussion regarding that motion? Director Long?
I would like to ask Dr. Kerr, so the contract that we are going to be issues that Dr. Hanson referred to, so my understanding is that is no longer valid, right? Those language is going to be redraft with a different language, right?
Right, they'll have a, correct. They'll have a, they will have a contract for 2021. However, the terms of the contract will be worked out. If we go back and look at the resolution, it's a discussion that I need to have with the board regarding the terms of the contracts that could include furlough days. It could have even a salary reduction in it.
All right, other questions before we take a vote?
And
Director
And
Long?
we are not committing ourselves to any financial figure whatsoever by supporting these resolutions. And by supporting these resolutions, the board is not open ourselves to more financial problems in the future by, for example, to reduction in force, right?
The board can still exercise its reduction in force. The board can also, again, the compensation part is in consultation with me, the superintendent, and the board.
Okay, seeing no further questions, let's vote for the motion, which is to accept all resolutions as written with the caveat of understanding that we have the ability to make further action should we need to due to budgetary limitations. Director Chancho Shore,
Aye.
Graziano,
Aye.
Hanson,
No.
Um,
Holtzman,
Aye.
Lung,
No.
Meek,
No.
and Ray is an aye. That motion passes 4-3. Okay, moving on to our next agenda item that we took off consent agenda is regarding the novel and textbook adoption. Director Holtzman, I believe that was an item that you removed, so I'll let you lead the discussion.
Thank you. So first of all, I just want to be clear that my desire is to approve all the recommendations for the novel and textbook recommendations. However, I do think that there's at least one novel that deserves some extra discussion and for our community to have some answers, as well as future considerations for the board to possible need for policy change. So the novel that I would like to talk about is Columbine. And in the best interest of our students, I have some questions regarding the utilization of that novel in a group classroom setting. It's my understanding that per our current policy, we do not specifically require review and recommendation of curriculum resources from our mental health experts. However, I believe in this case of almost all cases, it would be really caring and helpful to our students if we ask for that expert advice. So my questions are, and I understand that apparently that has not been, or maybe it has been received, but my questions basically are, because we are in this district where a similar tragedy occurred just a year ago, and we're only 20 miles away from where this book is set, where this nonfiction book story happened, and we have people in our community affected by that. And we're in the middle of a pandemic that creates extra stress for our students and extra uncertainty. It just seems like something we should look at and make sure that we've identified any possible risks to the social, emotional, and mental health of our students, and that we've identified supports that can be provided for them. I know that we have in our community supports this, just even looking at our MLO, they supported more counselors in our schools. So I know we have all these great counselor resources throughout our schools. And I just want to make sure that when we approve a novel like this, that we're making sure that we're intentional about utilizing those resources. So basically those are my questions. And also a clarification, if our experts believe that parental permission would be helpful in this case. But again, my objective is not to ban this book, but rather to make sure that if there's a risk or if there are supports we can provide, that happens. So I'll let Dr. Tucker or whoever he'd like to speak to that.
So Dr. Tucker or I know Mrs. Gross Taylor, either one, how would you like to have that addressed?
Yeah, I will make a couple comments, President Ray and our directors, and then I'll ask our Chief Academic Officer, Marlena Gross Taylor, to weigh in on the policy aspect of it. Director Holtzman, you're right on, you're spot on. Our biggest concern right now during this Corona COVID-19 pandemic is ensuring that we're taking care of the social, emotional, and mental health of our students, and we certainly don't want to add to that. And that's why we have choice in our district. And for our students, our underclass students, there is parental permission that needs to be signed off, particularly on a book like that. But again, there is choice where students have a suitable alternative to the classroom assignment. And I'll go ahead and mute now and yield to our Chief Academic Officer, Marlena Gross-Taylor.
And as Mrs. Gross-Taylor is coming on, just one clarification to what Dr. Tucker said. This particular novel that Director Holtzman's brought up, currently the recommendation is that there be parent consent provided for 11th grade students,
Right.
but not necessarily for 12th grade students. So I think
Correct.
just to clarify that, Mrs. Gross-Taylor, who is our Chief Academic Officer, any additional words you would like to express regarding the question that Director Holtzman has raised?
Hi, everyone. I feel like this is a conversation that I know we've touched on before when we talked about what our policies are regarding any of our textbooks, our novel adoption process. I do feel that the school has followed all of those pieces. And I do feel, and not just feel, I've spent quite a bit of time in that particular school that requested this. I know all of our teachers, when they're teaching something that could be a trigger, I do know that they are mindful and want to make sure that students know that they are able to select another book if they choose, or their parents are able to do that. This particular book is for an AP course, AP Lang course that is taken primarily by juniors and seniors. So this is a college level course. The topic is sensitive. There's no doubt about that. But when I reviewed what the teachers and the teams and other folks that are part of this adoption process, including two parents, what they put down in their recommendations, I think that it's important that this particular story is told in a way, which is how this book is written, if you've not read it, that shows the bravery and the perseverance of all of the school members that were involved in it. We don't know what books could trigger kids. There's lots of books. There's lots and lots of books that could trigger kids that may not be around this particular subject. And I know our teachers know that, and being a former English teacher, I know how important that is to make sure that you provide those supports for kids and that they know that the goal is to definitely make their learning relevant to what their everyday life is. And we have to face that fact. This is part of our everyday life now. It is part of our experience of our kids that are in our schools right now. But that we want them to be able to dive deep into those things and have the necessary supports that they might need as well. And give them the option, if they are not ready to go down that path, that they can choose other things as well.
Dr. Holtzman, and then Director Chancho-Shore and Dr. Tucker and Hanson. Back to Director Holtzman.
Perhaps I should let somebody else speak, but I'll be brief. And by the way, this has nothing to do with the particular teacher or school requesting this item, because it's my understanding that once it's on the approved novel list, it can be used by any school in the way it's approved. So this has nothing to do with that. And I still have to say that I'm not hearing anything that's been intentionally identified to provide special support for this unique book that is very relatable to our students. The only support I've heard is that they have a choice not to read it. And that's disappointing to me, because I think we're missing out on opportunities where our counselors and our social, emotional, mental health experts could be very helpful. And so I'm really frustrated, but I know other directors have questions.
And directors, I would ask that we would focus on questions at this time. We will give opportunities if there is a motion, we will give opportunities for discussion afterwards, but let's really focus our comments right now on questions if we could. Director Chancho-Shore, I believe you were next, and then Dr. Tucker.
While I have every confidence in the paperwork I read was well done, and I had every confidence in the school and the teacher that wrote to the adoption process. My question is very broad. I don't understand the reason we don't check the box that says parental permission, asking for parental permission. So I just feel like in our community, parents are very involved with their students, and I'm not sure why we don't just let parents know that these novels are coming their way. So that's my question, is why is that one checked? No, we're not requiring parental permission when it's really easy to acquire.
So the question is the difference between the 11th grade restriction versus the 12th grade. And I don't know, Mrs. Gross Taylor, if you'd like to respond to that.
Sure, absolutely. Because it's an AP course, all of the books that are required for that course have to be included in their syllabus. And so those students they have that in their possession, if you will. No, it doesn't explicitly require parent permission for that for our 12th graders. And I would imagine it's because of the age of that group and them being the most senior of our students, and their ability to be young adults and recognize that. So that would be my only guess as to why the committee that reviewed this book didn't require it for 12th graders, and that it is a college level course.
Thank you, Dr. Tucker, and then Director Hansen.
Yeah, I'll be very brief here. I want to go back and honor what Director Holtzman said. Again, she's spot on. And we're in an unprecedented time, and we need to marshal all of the resources we have. We know ahead of time that there's a trigger out there. We're going to marshal those resources. Our folks in personalized learning services, our counselors, our social workers, these folks that Nancy head up are outstanding. And Director Holtzman, I did have a conversation with Nancy Ingalls, who's our chief of our personalized learning services program, who oversees our counselors and social workers, is on standby to add additional assistance when this book here is approved, to let that AP class know that the team is there for additional assistance or counseling if they need it.
Thank you, Dr. Tucker. Director Hansen.
So my question piggybacks on Director Chancho-Shores. I understand why the box was not checked to include parental consent, but I'd like to know if it's possible to change or amend that form so that we could require parental consent. When I saw the list, I went and I started reading the book. And I needed to know exactly what we were talking about, because this is a subject that's very, very important to me, and it's very real. The first time I opened the book, my stomach dropped. When I read it, I know that I'm quieter, I smile less, it makes you think, and it's heavy. I believe it's going to be an incredibly rich learning experience for our students. I'd actually love to participate in the discussion myself. I think that it will be very relevant in their coursework. But I know that if our students are feeling any of the emotions that it has brought up in me, that as a parent, I would sure like to know what my child was reading in school, whether they are in the 11th grade or whether they're in the 12th grade. I have an almost teenager. I get a glimpse every once in a while of what it's like to truly not know what's going on in that mind. And I think that this is going to cause some emotions in our students, and I think that it would be incredibly beneficial. And I think we owe our families the information to just let them know what their students are reading so that they're aware of anything that they might be seeing at home.
So Director Hansen, I will just quickly respond to your question. Yes, a motion can be made to amend the approval of this book with the additional restriction that would require parent consent. So I think that was your original question to begin with. So I will just answer it that way again. Are there any questions? Because I would like us to move us pretty quickly to a motion if we can. Director Holtzman?
Just real quickly, Dr. Tucker, I appreciate that assurance that Nancy Ingalls is looking at providing additional supports for this particular requesting teacher in class. I guess my motion would be that that book somehow have an asterisk that says that support is always available. Because, you know, we don't know which teacher or which student, which classroom will be reading this. And I would just like to know that that's always available for this book. So I would, if we're talking about making motions, I would make a motion to approve all of the novels and textbooks that have been recommended with an asterisk by Columbine that social, emotional, and mental health supports will always be provided.
Director Holtzman, would you accept a friendly
Fair enough.
amendment to also have the additional restriction that parent consent is required to read that book?
I would, yes.
Thank you. All right, I saw someone wanting to insert something in response. So Director Holtzman's made a motion to approve all the novels, would like to have some kind of emphasis on the novel Columbine to require social emotional supports as needed, as well as changing the restriction to require parent consent. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Chancho Shore. Any further comments or questions or reactions to the motion? All right, seeing none. I will just insert one that I think we do need to do some work with. And I know I've talked with Mrs. Gross Taylor about this as well. I do think this is a policy that's worthy of our time to really take a deeper look at, to see if we need to insert some language that when we are evaluating text and we think it will provide a trigger in terms of emotional, that we have some kind of a way to be able to identify those books and to be able to have our evaluators use that perspective when they do evaluate the text. Because I think what's difficult with this decision certainly is that our staff did nothing wrong. They did absolutely everything correct. They followed our policy, they followed the process. They did everything they were supposed to do to request approval. I think what this also though shouts is that we're in a different world where social emotional support needs to be intentional, especially for any kind of text that might cause some duress or unexpected duress as well. So I would just say that I would also put the caveat that this policy needs some work to really define that better. So with that, any other comments, questions, discussion regarding the motion that's been seconded? Let's go ahead and vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye, and that passes unanimously as well. Next on our agenda is to adopt the unofficial minutes. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Director Holtzman and
Second.
seconded by Graziano. Let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
And Ray, aye. On our agenda next is the superintendent's report, but I'm going to suggest we have some very eager students who have been waiting for us for over 30, 40 minutes. And Dr. Tucker, with your permission and the board director's permission, I'd like to change the order. We allow our student advisory group to present at this time and then have the superintendent's report immediately after. I will just look for consensus. Anybody opposed to changing the order so that our student advisory group members can do their presentation? Anybody opposed? All right, seeing no opposition, we will move forward with meeting up with our student advisory group. I know this is especially proud moments for Director Lung and myself, who have the honor of being liaisons for this group. We are going to hear the work that our student advisory group has been doing this year, some of the areas that they feel passionate about, and some things that they've been thinking about that might improve the learning experience for all students. I want to preface this by just recognizing both Zoe Zizzo and Jay Chohan, who have been the leaders of our student advisory group this year, have been exceptional. They are seniors. They have been with us for 2 years. I'm going to not cry by the end of this presentation. I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen, but I want to thank especially Zoe and Jay for your outstanding leadership. I also want to recognize Mr. Cheney also, and I don't know who is on to introduce this particular presentation. Is it going to be Jay and Zoe? Are you guys the introducers? All right, I'm going to turn it over to Zoe and Jay. Go ahead and unmute, and we're looking forward to your presentation.
Hi, thank you so much. We really appreciate all you guys have done for us. And we would like to thank you for having us present tonight.
As you may all know, SAG empowers students to address the issues that are most important to the student body. We're grateful for all of the support of the board over the years, for the support of all of the district officials who met with us throughout the year.
Here we focused on 4 main topics. We're real world, I can't say that word still, real world oriented classes, mental health, school safety, and eco-friendly classrooms.
Next slide.
All right, so hi, my name is Jenna Perazzi, and I will be sharing with you guys tonight my subgroup that we've been working with the last 2 years, real world oriented classes. Next slide, please. So during the 2018-2019 school year, we began with an idea to increase financial literacy across the district. Financial literacy includes everything from budgeting to taxes to loans. It is something that everyone will have to be sufficient in after high school, no matter what path they take. We distributed an initial financial survey to gauge what our peers knew about being financially literate, and unsurprisingly, most people scored poorly. We then deliberated on what we would need to make this into a viable class. The 3 main things that we decided to address were funding, curriculum, and resources. We also began to discuss the form that this class would take. Would it be 1 semester or 2? What type of credit would it fill? And would it be a required course? Next slide, please. School year, we developed the answers to many of those questions. We collected data on the projected participation of the class within our schools, and this gave us an estimate of about how long the class should be. The number of students that were interested in this class indicates that the current staff would be able to fill the scheduling needs. The curriculum was another topic of constant discussion. We pulled existing curriculum from econ classes and other financial literacy classes throughout the state, and this allowed us to create an overall guide of what we would like to do through this class. We've discussed some of the potential credits this class could fill as well. It could potentially fill practical art, economic, or elective credits. Towards the end of the year, we found a previous proposal for the similar class. This was very exciting because even though the proposal wasn't accepted, we now have information about where they went right, but also where they didn't. And this will help guide us as we begin to draft our proposal. Next slide, please. From here, we intend to reach out to the staff and administration of our district and continue to gather feedback and support. We hope that during this coming school year, we will have a class proposal available for the board to review. Next slide, please. So as a part of our research, we contacted Mr. Ranford, who is the Director of Academic Integrity for Douglas County. During our meeting with him, we discussed this infographic that you all can see here. And basically, it's a large overview of what it'll take to get this class to the proposal stage and ultimately implement it into the district. He was immensely helpful, and we're very excited to draft and propose this class in the coming school year. Next slide, please.
Very good. Thank you, Jenna.
Hi, my name is Kira Zizzo, and I will be presenting with Ella Ivslat on behalf of the mental health subgroup. I'm a sophomore at Rock Canyon High School. Next slide, please. Last year, our group had a strong focus on mental health education for students in an effort to foster the growth of awareness and coping mechanisms early on. The main idea was to implement a friendly and understanding Understandable Mental Health Education course for elementary school students. We wanted to provide young students with mental health resources and knowledge that they could utilize throughout their lives. We discussed methods to destigmatize mental health and familiarize students with counseling staff and mental health resources. Next slide, please. This year, we worked to integrate mental health education into elementary, middle, and high schools. We ensured steps taken were appropriate for the grade level, and we researched benefits of better educating teachers about mental health. We also collected data on DCSD school students' needs, wishes, and goals for mental health support from schools. Next slide, please. One of our ideas this year is to propose a mental health / wellness class, which can count for a half a PE credit. It will be modeled off the current Healthy Decisions / wellness curriculum. The goals of the program are to focus on identifying your feelings and self-awareness, to normalize and destigmatize mental health struggles and issues, to provide students with help-seeking strategies and connections to resources, and finally, to introduce skills to support peers to seek help. Next slide, please. The next idea we have is to increase mental health resource accessibility for all students. Through universal online counseling signups in all schools, we aim to utilize a digital platform for increased widespread connections. This online signup will be available within the school's counseling department website. Another way to increase student accessibility with counseling resources is through media and social media introductions of counselors online. This familiarizes students with staff, making counselors more easily approachable. Next slide, please. Our subgroup also aims to strengthen peer counseling for all schools. Students may feel more comfortable approaching a student their age for mental health support. Also, another resource that can greatly benefit students is Sources of Strength. We feel that this program would be more robust, consistent, and beneficial to students through increased support. Allowing and encouraging counselors to support and manage the program would increase student engagement and facilitate a more widespread outreach of mental health materials and education for students. Next slide, please.
Great, thank you, Kira.
Hello, everyone. Today we will be presenting for the school safety subgroup. My name is Joshua Letterman, and I will be joined by Jacob Hall. Next slide. Thank you. On this slide, we have some data demonstrating the frequency of school shootings, along with the impact of school shootings have on children. The infographic on the left demonstrates the number of school shootings across the nation. Colorado is highlighted in red to be seen more clearly. We will be focusing on the middle column and the column on the far right. The middle column compiles data of mass school shootings from across the nation, where Colorado ranks in the top 5. The column on the far right compiles data of all school shootings across the nation, where Colorado ranks in the top 10. For clarity, the difference between these two columns is derived from whether the school shooting was classified as a shooting or a mass shooting. So our subgroup was formed as a response to the growing concern over school shootings within Douglas County. 2,900 children and teens are fatally shot and killed, and nearly 15,600 more are shot and injured annually. Additionally, an estimated 3 million American children are exposed to shootings per year. This violence results in negative effects such as substance abuse, mental health challenges, and difficulties related to performance in school. Essentially, this summarizes the effects our subgroup aims to prevent. Next slide, please. After the STEM shooting in May of 2019, our subgroup was designed to identify potential flaws and improve the existing systems to ensure all students and staff are safe. After a discussion with the Director of Security, Mr. Payne, we believe Douglas County already has great measures put into place to maximize safety. One area of possible improvement we have identified is the system of informing security and law enforcement of a potential threat. This would allow for quicker and more efficient response time to hopefully mitigate any potential threat. Another area of improvement we have identified is the system used to alert students and staff of a threat. This would ensure all students are notified of a threat so they can take appropriate measures to protect themselves. The current measures that are used is the PA system, which is used to alert students and staff about a threat. However, sometimes the PA system cannot be heard in a busy hallway. Therefore, we need a more efficient way to communicate to students and staff. Since this is our first year as a subgroup, we do not have any definite solutions yet, but we plan to continue exploring our options next year. I'm now going to turn things over to Jacob. Next slide, please.
As Josh said, this was our first year as a subgroup. So one of the first things we wanted to do was provide some initial research that we got from Richard Payne. So we discussed with him the security systems that are already in place so we could decide where to direct our focus. Some of the things we thought were important to highlight was that all public and charter schools are under the same system. So all of our security measures are district-wide and consistent. All alarm and monitor systems are monitored 24/7. And we also have universal access to Safe to Tell, which is an app or phone number that students can use in the case of an emergency. We also have direct radio contact between security and law enforcement. Another thing to note is that next year there are already some changes coming, like some of the wording for the systems we have in place. Lockout will be moving to secure the perimeter to avoid some confusion that was felt among parents in the past years. Next slide, please. Going off of this research and what we already saw, as Josh said, we really hope to implement a way for students and teachers to raise security concerns as quickly as possible. One of the main specific solutions we discussed was the implementation of an app that provides immediate contact between school staff and security. Because of the coronavirus, we really didn't have as much time as we wanted to discuss the full implementations of it. So next year, we hope to dive deeper into it and find the actual feasibility and logistics that would go into creating a district-wide app, because we realize that there are lots of things to consider when it comes with that. In addition to that, we also just hope to give more student feedback on school safety and be more involved in the process next year. Next slide, please.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kathleen Riley, and I'm a junior at Chaparral High School.
And I'm Lee Walden, and I'm a junior at Castleview High School. Today, we wanted to present our ideas from the environmentally conscious subgroup.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever been in a school with a recycling program, you've probably seen the dull blue recycling bins that collect recyclable materials. That is exactly the problem which we are trying to solve in our eco-friendly solutions subgroup. This year, we wanted to focus on increasing recycling in schools. How we plan to do this will be presented later. But the main issues that we found were that people need to recycle more, especially in schools. However, in these schools' recycling programs, they aren't taken advantage of, either because students don't know where the recycling bins are located so they can dispose of their waste, or they don't know how to properly dispose of their waste. So the big picture is that the environment is in danger, which can be largely attributed to the fact that people don't know how or where to dispose of their recyclable waste. We want to fix this problem starting in our very own DCSD schools and help build sustainable habits that can lead to responsible environmental habits in the long run. With that, I'd like the next slide, please. So here's some research to back up what our issues are. For starters, the average person recycles 1.13 pounds of recyclable materials per day. So there's a lot of recycling going on, and if we can just make sure that people are recycling even more, that would be really useful. 75% of waste is actually recyclable, and 80% of school waste is recyclable. So it's really important for us to start focusing on this recycling issue in schools where a lot of the material is recyclable. Recycling is also cheaper for schools to dispose of than trash, so it's not only going to help the environment, but it's actually going to be helping schools financially. And finally, 71% of plastic isn't recyclable. So that's a little bit of research to back up our issue. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lee. Next slide, please.
So this slide's going to cover a lot, but bear with me. This year, we sent out an interest form with responses pending, going both to art teachers and to AP classes, as well as art groups within the district, to see whether or not they would have an interest in pursuing our project. Our project/goal is to integrate a new category of the art show from the district art show that would include 2 new ideas. The first of which would be having a competition based on who could decorate the best recyclable art based on like the recycling containers. So those blue boxes that are super ugly could be made into something beautiful that could go back into our schools. More than this, we wanted to have a recycled art competition based on materials that are considered trash in our daily lives, but are actually like something that can be made beautiful, not only like within our schools, but for the entire community to enjoy. Continuing on what we did this year, we brainstormed out the wazoo on how this could be accomplished. We ensured that the district art show would be willing to take on new categories, as well as we took on some of the ideas of certain ignorances that lie in individuals' understandings of recycling in the community. We were similarly cut short by the coronavirus situations and the lack of meetings. However, for next year, our channel of communication has increased tenfold. We're 10 times as able to talk to one another to ensure that meetings can happen outside of the large district groups and to ensure that we can make these things and problems disappear in the future. We know what grants we want to apply for in order to have these donation boxes to be given to schools so they can be decorated, as well as the teachers and groups who are already ready and willing to take on this idea within their classrooms. Because we're mostly juniors and underclassmen, we have total confidence in our ability to do this in the future. What we would need from you is publicity in this art event, and maybe if we don't get any of these grants, petty funding for those recycling bins to go out to schools in order for them to be decorated in this event. Thank you. Next slide, please. That brings us to the end of the subgroup presentations.
Very good. I'm sorry. Was there? Go ahead, Jay.
I was just going to say, if any of the board members have any questions, we'd love to hear them.
Very good. First of all, wow. And this is so wonderful to have this kind of presentation now. It just restores our hope in our youth when we see the work you guys have done, the advocacy that you're doing for all these different themes. And I love what Lee said near the end, is it really has built this foundation for what you guys can build off of next year. Because we know several of you are returning back to Student Advisory Group. We know we have some leadership that is returning as well. So I'm really glad that we can build upon this, because Lee's right. Unfortunately, this was interrupted by our pandemic, but you guys have laid an incredible foundation for these kind of projects. That's exactly what we as board directors got on this dais for this reason, is to hear from you and get excited for the things that you guys get excited about. So with that, I am going to just go through the dais real quick and ask for any questions, starting with Chancho Shore. Any questions?
Do I have to just ask questions, or do I get to make comments?
You can make a, let's do a question and a comment. That would be great.
So I don't have any questions. I am very interested in the mental health group specifically. So my question is, if you think I can help in some way, please let me know. My comment is, thank you very much. This was a refreshing opportunity to see the kinds of things that are happening with our students in school. And one other comment, the two leaders, Jay and Zoe, it has been such a pleasure to get to know you this year. I hope I'll get to see you throughout the next couple of years and beyond, to hear what you're doing and your success stories. The rest of you, I can't wait to get to know you better. Thank you. Sorry, more comments.
Thank you, Director Chancho Shore. Director Graziano.
Yeah, first, I just want to thank, first and foremost, Jay and Zoe. They've been fabulous these last couple of years, showing up regularly, attending the board meetings. I mean, they have been troopers and deserve tremendous accolades for that. And so you've got some big, for those following behind them, you've got some really big shoes to fill. For those of you who are going to be with, staying with this, I love your ideas. I guess I would just challenge you and just to really say, take those ideas and really put them into action. That's really that's really what it comes down to. It's great to have those ideas, but really to implement them, push your students, push the board, push your teachers to really make a difference. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all in the next years develop and take over from the great work that's been done by previous people.
Great, thank you, Director Graziano. Director Hansen.
Just want to say well done. I am so genuinely impressed with each and every one of you, and I'm looking forward to working together next year. Outstanding job.
Very good. Director Holtzman.
Yes, thank you all for taking the time to be with us tonight, and for all the time you donate throughout the year to be a part of this group. And I know that this is only one of the things you all are doing to help make our community a better place. And I just really want to thank you for setting an example for students of taking care of one another, and just really appreciate it. And I echo what my colleagues said, and it's been great to get to know you, Zoe and Jay. And I have one question. It can be rhetorical or just something to maybe think about. You may have already thought about it, and knowing all of you, you probably already have. But as you take these projects into the future, you know, just so hopeful that we're going to be back to in-person learning, and that we'll be able to do that 100%, and we'll stay in it and not have to have any kind of back and forth or any kind of transition. But if that were to occur and we were to have any type of or periods of remote learning in the future, I guess I would just encourage you all to think about how your interest areas can be carried out even during those times. Some of them, it might not change as much, but others of them, it might change quite a bit. So, so that would be kind of my challenge to you. I'm happy to hear from you tonight, but I also just wanted to let you know that we'd love to hear from you about that also. So.
Very good. All right, Director Lung.
Well, I want to echo the other directors, you know, comment, and Jay and Zoe, you two are awesome. I'm going to miss you. And the rest of you who will come new officer next year, welcome. And you have two big shoes to fill, okay? I have the honor with Director Ray to be your board liaisons. And I honestly learned so much by being there. I would not be a better director without sitting down with you once a month to see and interact with you. It gives me much better insight as your board director to listen to your discussions and hear your concern. And I am proud to say that Dallas County School District is unique to have such a wonderful group like yours to be one of the board committee. And I don't believe any other school district in the metro area has it. Even during the corona crisis, when we have to do all remote, I have 50, 60 students coming in to join in. This shows all of you are so dedicated. And when we are in together, meeting together, we have 70, 80 students coming in. The level of support is just overwhelming. It just shows that we have a wonderful student populations in here. And as your board director, I'm proud of you, and keep up the good work. Thank you very much for your contributions to the school district.
Thank you, Dr. Long. Director Meek.
I just want to say thank you all so much for your leadership. It was such a treat to actually have an opportunity to hear about the work that you all have conducted throughout the year. It's really impressive. Can't believe more deeply in the topics that all of you talked about and discussed. I think it made my heart really happy to hear when I heard that the work will continue, that there's leadership that will continue on to next year. And so I encourage you to, you know, just take your plans and your dreams. I know you mentioned some ideas for the environmental work or the eco-friendly group. I'm kind of curious if you guys have a budget for the ideas that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so we found that the recycling bins are anywhere from $20 to $45. However, the ones that are discounted for school districts throughout like the United States can be gotten for as little as $15. So if we were to attribute that for all of the schools in the district, we're estimating that it'll be at least under $300, which comes with the same frame of reference for most of the grants that are available to us.
Well, I would love to volunteer to help you if I can be of assistance with fundraising ideas, PR ideas. I'd love to try to help if that's of interest. And Kathleen, I think you might have tried to say something and I cut you off.
No, you didn't cut me off at all. Lee, your answer was great. And Miss Meek, we appreciate your interest in what we're doing. I'm sure that we'd love to talk with you some more next year when we really progress this idea that we have. We're really sad that it was cut short this year. We felt like we had a lot of awesome potential, but it's just more potential that we have for next year, and all of us will be, seniors next year for the most part, and so we can come back and keep up with this. So yeah, we appreciate you letting us know that you would be willing to help out, and I'm sure that we will take you up on that offer in the future for sure. So thank you so much.
Well, your attitudes and your enthusiasm is infectious. So it's just hard to say no to want to help out at all. And if you guys have any questions for us as well, we're here to answer questions. So thanks. Thank you all.
Very good. And so we're going to go back to Jay and Zoe, because I think you guys want to introduce your liaisons, Derek Cheney, as well as Jamie Montoya DeSmit. So I'm going to turn it back over to Jay and Zoe for the final conclusion of this presentation. Go ahead.
If you could please put the presentation back up. We wanted to recognize a few people. Awesome. Oh, that's us. Next slide, please.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
We'd like to recognize the students who have been exceptionally dedicated to SAG. These students have gone to at least 5 of the 7 meetings and have also seen at least 1 Board of Education meeting. Thank you to Haley Bassinger, Abigail Campbell, Jay Chohan, Sarah Freeman, Quinlan Hartmeister.
Next slide. Joshua Liederman, Jessica Leagard, Emma Peters, Jenna Perazzi, Kate Roscoe. Next slide. Dane Skelton, Leigh Walden, Layla Zaid, Kira Zizzo, and Zoe Zizzo. Next slide. And of course, a huge thank you to Mr. Cheney and Mr. Montoya DeSmit, who have been supporting us this whole year and have really helped everything in SAG run as smoothly as it has. And also a huge thank you to Ms. Stakovich for taking care of a lot of the logistics. Next slide.
We would also like to thank Directors Ray and Lung for all their support. We would not be where we are today without their guidance. Next slide, please.
If I can step in here, Director Ray, if you don't mind real quick.
Yeah, Derek Cheney, who is our Director of Activities, Athletics, and Student Leadership, but also has been an incredible sponsor for many years of our Student Advisory Group. So welcome, Mr. Cheney.
Thank you. I try to keep it brief. Just again, I want to just echo what all the board members says and thank all of our Student Advisory Group members. They've been just a thrill to work with. Mr. Montoya DeSmit and myself get the privilege to work with them, and just a shout out to all the seniors who are moving on. They just did a fantastic job with Student Advisory Group, and I look forward to working with our group next year as well. So just a great privilege, and just like everybody else, Jay and Zoe spent there's always the meetings before the meetings after the meetings, and they did a lot of planning and a lot of committees to do that. So just my privilege and honor to do that. And at this time, Director Ray, if it's okay with you, I'd like to introduce our 3 new presidents of SAG, if you will, for next year, and just give them a quick, just say hi in quick 30 seconds. They will be the ones to lead this group next year. They went through an interview process, an application process, background with their assistant principals. And so I'd like to introduce our new presidents of SAG for next year, and that's Jacob Hall, Emma Peters, and Jenna Perazzi. So if they can just say something briefly for 10, 20 seconds, I think that'd be great as they head and lead us into next year.
Very good. All right, Jacob Hall, are you on?
Yes.
Go for it.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Cheney. My name is Jacob Hall, and I'll be a senior at Castleview next year. And it's going to be my 3rd year in SAG, and I'm just really excited to be more involved and get to know the school board better.
And then we have Emma Peters.
Hi, I'm Emma Peters. I'll also be a senior at Castleview High School next year, and I'm also in my 3rd year of Student Advisory Group. I just wanted to say I look forward to working with you all next year and continuing to improve our district.
Very good. Thanks, Emma. And Jenna Perazzi.
Hi, my name is Jenna Perazzi. I'll be a senior at Rock Canyon this next school year. I've also worked with SAG the last 2 years, and I'm very excited to continue working with the group and with the other presidents. I know the officers and myself are very much looking forward to working with you, the Board of Education. Please let us know if there's anything you would like the Student Advisory Group to focus on this coming year. And also, thank you so much for your time tonight.
Very good. All right. Job well done, you guys. We're so proud of all of you. And as Mr. Cheney said, we wish our seniors especially best wishes as they move on to other things. But we're looking forward to our 3 presidents, our co-presidents, working with you guys. I know, Mr. Setha, you were hoping that if we could have everybody, all the students waving, we would take kind of a snapshot. And I think Derek Cheney, you can, and Jamie, feel free to be in this too, but just if you guys would do a wave, we're looking to see if we can do a gallery snapshot of all of you guys waving. So go ahead and wave. All right. Mr. Sethi, does that work? All right. Are we good?
Yes.
All right, very good. All right, again, congratulations, Student Advisor Group. It's been very inspiring to hear you talk, and we're looking forward to continuing the work with you as we look forward to the fall. So thank you again. At this time, board, I am going to suggest that we take a break, a virtual break. The teaser for those of you that are out there watching us is that when we come back, we will hear from our illustrious leader, Dr. Tucker, who will be talking to us about potential plans for the fall opening. So that's your teaser. So don't go away if you're out there listening. And we will take about a 7-minute virtual break at this time, and we'll come back with Dr. Tucker. All right. Mute your videos and audios. Okay, directors, as you're coming on, if you will unmute your videos, and that way I know that you're back on the dais.
David, can you hear me? This is Elizabeth.
Yes, I can hear you, but I can't see you. Are you?
My video says that I cannot start because the host has stopped it. Oh, I got it. Perfect.
Oh, there she is. All right. And
Thank
all we need is Director Lung bringing up the tail. Director Lung, are you on?
Oh, I'm on, sorry.
Thank you, Director Lung. we don't, there you go. Now we see you.
You really want to see me? I really sometimes don't even want to see myself.
Oh, now. We love seeing you. All right. Those of you tuning in, we are now resuming our regular board meeting after our virtual break. And next on our agenda is to receive some updates from Dr. Tucker, our superintendent. Dr. Tucker, take it away.
Thanks, President Ray, and all of our directors and our many viewers who are watching tonight's meeting. First, I want to salute our SAG members. I really miss hanging out with you all and eating pizza. I get to do the fun work. I just eat pizza with you, and I watch David and Kevin along with Mr. Cheney do the tough work. So, but I'm proud of the work that all of our students are doing. I want to start off first, directors, with a quick departmental update. I'll start with human resources, and there are some dates that I want to make sure that everyone puts on their calendar. The Human Resources Department is helping us host a virtual retirement celebration for all of our employees who are retiring. That's on May 20th. They partnered with Communications regarding employee appreciation and continue to do that. And our benefits open enrollment period starts on May 15th. Matt Reynolds, Mr. Reynolds, sent over a memo to the board regarding student engagement. That was sent on May 1st. And unbelievable, as from my perspective is that since the week after spring break, our nutritional services has served over 210,000 meals. Almost a quarter, yes, almost a quarter meals. Again, that's since the week after spring break. Communications department has a compilation video, which is just awesome. And it's about things, great things that are happening in the Douglas County School District. It's called A Few Good Minutes, not a few good men, but a few good minutes. And this video program received a national award by the National School Public Relations Association, NSPRA. Very, very impressive award. As you can see around our beautiful county, we placed banners around the community to thank our teachers, principals, support staff, and Board of Education members. That came right after we did that in honor of the class of 2020, and also recognition for our spring athletes. We celebrated staff and teachers during Employee Appreciation Week last week, and we just don't want to do it during that week. We want to continue doing that throughout the year. Our technology team support. The technology teams have played a pivotal role during the last 2 months supporting the entire DCSD school community. Our schools distributed 5,000 computers to students prior to the March 13th building shutdown. Over the past 2 months, our IT team has distributed 2,000 Chromebooks and over 100 internet hotspots in support of student remote teaching and learning. The IT department also created a new bilingual help desk to channel and to manage remote student needs, responding to over 1,000 parent support calls and emails. So kudos to our technology department. Additionally, which I find quite amazing, our teachers use multiple technology platforms to rapidly shift from in-person to online teaching and learning. We reviewed and aggregated engagement data across the major platforms to provide the following insight. Google Classrooms, which is a community used virtual classrooms tool, saw a jump of 121% in online classrooms. On average, weekly teacher online assignments jumped from 10,000 to 50,000, and that's a good thing, not necessarily a bad thing. Student login to Google. This is really fantastic. A simple measure of student virtual engagement shows that high school students' logins are at 98.6%. Middle school logins are at 96.9%. Now, although our elementary students' data is not conclusive at this time because not all schools use Google as their primary classroom tool platform, but I bet you that elementary level is right up there as well. Let's talk a little bit about mental health supports for the coming month. School counselors, social workers, and psychologists continue to reach out to students and families. They're meeting individually and in groups with students, and some continue to facilitate social and emotional learning lessons in groups, lunch bunch groups, and parent meetings, keeping those relationships tight, if you will. Our Douglas County School District Healthy Schools team has created a virtual Common Corner modeled after a similar resource in a mini Minnesota school district. I'm going to have to check that out tomorrow. Live and on-demand webinars are available on the Douglas County School District website on the coronavirus update page as well. The Douglas County School District is updating its local resources for parents webpage weekly with important community resources for families. And we continue under the leadership of Stacy Rader. We continue our great partnership with Sky Ridge Medical Center. Our next parent university collaboration class will be 513. And the title of it is Manage Your Fears and Your Kids' Fears as the Pandemic Evolves. And I ask our folks to join in, and we'll have experts from our partners with Sky Ridge Medical Center, and they're going to provide us additional guidance on how to manage concerns and questions students have. And our next SEL Town Hall meeting will be on Thursday, May 14th, and it will be about supporting social and emotional mental health needs and serving students with special needs. and Director Chancho Shore serves as a panelist for that. Any questions about any of those particular updates before I get into our reentry plan? Okay, I'll keep going. Let's talk about where we are with our reentry plan. First, I want to send a huge kudos to our entire school community. I really applaud everyone, our students, our teachers, administrators, and parents for working hard to help educate our students during this period of remote teaching and learning, but also as we now shift to school closures, because we're still going to need your help as we get through that. We're going to need your help as we find better ways to recognize our class of 2020. So we'll keep pushing. And I, again, want to pause and thank everyone for that. We're planning, as many of you heard me say, to begin the 2021 academic year as part of our normal calendar as a normal start time. I mean, that is truly our hope. But unfortunately, the work of managing the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic continues. With the guidance and the creation of a task force, the Douglas County School District will move forward to develop a reentry plan for staff and students for the 2021 school year. The safe reopening of our school buildings for our students, staff, and community is vital. It is vital to reopening our economy. The plan to reopen our schools must first and foremost ensure that we have the safety of our students, our staff, and community at the very forefront. The plan will be a fluid plan. It will change, and it will be adjusted as we get guidance from state and public health officials. We're leaning very heavily, as you all do know, on the guidance of Tri-County Health Department, as well as our state health department, and some guidance from the CDC. However, with that in mind, we need to start planning now. So when school does resume, the reentry plan will have 3 components: curriculum, instruction, and assessment plan, special population needs, and operations. Each of these areas will be assigned chairpersons who will work with a representation of the school district staff, parents, community members, of course, our teachers, and our students. As you have heard from tonight, we have some very, very bright students, and they're right there in the forefront. And we have bright, bright teachers and administrators who will help us with this reentry plan. A general outline of the committee task will be coming forward, and I'm going to give you a brief overview right now. So the P12, preschool through 12th grade curriculum, instruction, assessment, and professional growth team will have members, and we'll add members along the way. The assistant superintendent, the chief assessment and systems performance officer, teachers, our chief academic officer, our wonderful instructional coaches, selected building principals on each of those teams, EDOS, classroom teachers again, SPED teachers, and additional membership as needed. A couple things that they're going to do, and you'll have all of my notes within the next 24 hours. So if folks want to go back and review this, identify incoming assessments to be used to gauge current individual students' gaps. Previously, we talked about the summer slide, and now that is now called the COVID slide because we've not been in person since spring break. Doesn't mean that great learning is not happening in our district. It is, and folks across the state and country are looking at our plan and seeing what things they can use to improve their plans. Do we have all the answers? Absolutely not. But at some point, we need to create an assessment. An informal assessment has nothing to do with teacher evaluations or whether students are going to be promoted, to see where our students are so we can address those academic gaps. Modification of curriculum to blend the missing fourth quarter of the 2019-20 school year with the first quarter of 2020-21. We need to develop a model of remediation and enrichment for individual students as determined by the start of from the results of our assessment. And we need to determine a model, if feasible, for continued online learning, as things may change over the course of the summer. And we may even, I think Director Ray mentioned this, we may have future disruptions throughout the school year, and we'll be ready for that as well. For example, this may entail some new configurations of the school day, blended learning, where students will be doing some online learning and coming to school as well, and staggered reopenings potentially. Again, these committees will sift through all this and make formal recommendations. And the second will of this plan is personalized learning in our special populations. Obviously, this committee will be made up of our building teachers, our SPED teachers, or other at-risk teachers who would also be our gifted teachers as well. Nurses. Our nurses have played a very, very vital role in helping us make the right decisions in our district to keep our students safe. Also, our school resource officers need to be part of this, our ELL teachers, Title I teachers, and building principals, and of course, students in helping us meander through this. And two quick things I want to mention here that they could be doing: develop a model and protocols for SPED students and our students who have IEPs, and how we can catch those students up if necessary, and what classroom supports we need. We need to develop a model to provide appropriate mental health supports and access. You heard this throughout tonight, even with our SAG group and their continuous work. This is certainly an issue that we need to continue to take care of. When we looked at developing our remote teaching and learning plan, we said our goal was to ensure that we were providing social and mental health support. We need to continue that throughout this year. And then let's move on to the operations. Obviously, we'll lean heavily on our directors of finance, our COO, our incoming CFO, our human resources folks, our food and nutrition staff, transportation. That's going to be huge as we start to look at how we're going to configure operations. We need school board representatives on these committees as well. So we'll be asking for your leadership and your knowledge. You know this community. Classroom teachers, nurses, and students and additional staff members as needed. When we began to look at what gaps we have in our operations group, we can begin to fill that in, or any of the other groups. I'm going to give you 2 or 3 things that we're looking forward to accomplishing here. Continue to refine our procedure for food service, if an early start date, and also a gradual re-entry were to occur. Learn from what we learned this summer. Develop cleaning and other safety protocols and other healthy protocols, such as sanitizing stations. The school districts that have already jumped into this, and our plan is going to be modeled, is actually modeled after 2 school districts that have really jumped into this. They're putting sanitizing stations throughout their school. I know we have some in some of our buildings right now, but every classroom, every entry point needs to have a sanitizing station as we begin to look at reopening. And also, we need to develop a protocol of procedures and plan for resumptions of activities, our athletic activities. This is a district, as you all know, that models, that really honors the whole child. And we need to look at how we're going to continue to carry out phys ed, how we're going to carry out our athletic program. Again, a huge part of what makes the Douglas County School District very special. Here are some dates. I know some of you asked, what are the dates? So the intent of this plan is to have each committee finish a draft report or recommendation by June 5th. The school board will take a critical look at all components of the plan, give us some feedback in early June about, you'll let us know whether we missed some things. And the committee chairs will use these reports to create a final draft. And then we'll work with the Colorado Department of Education, and Tri-County Health to get their final approval. And again, leaning really hard on all of our staff, and of course, working closely with our DOS. And also, I want to thank everyone for your support since this pandemic has touched the American shores, since they've touched the Douglas County School District. We've really done some great work. There's plenty of other work that we're going to continue to do. And the last thing that I'll add is that we're working as a team with the Denver Area School Superintendents Council, for which I'm a member. And I'll be heading up some of that task force work with that group of folks, as well as Marlena Grouse-Taylor, our Chief Academic Officer. And this group of superintendents represent over 500,000 students here in Colorado and 65,000 staff across the Denver metro area. And our responsibility jointly will be to develop plans for effectively protecting the health, safety, and well-being of our students, staff, and our community members. So we have that task force being grown in our district to meet our unique needs. As we know, school districts are different from district to district. And then we have this larger task force that Marlena and I are participating on, and we'll take that leverage of this huge group to help support the Douglas County School District.
Very good, Dr. Tucker. I mean, thank you. And certainly I will just make a quick reaction just to say how wonderful it is to see that we're putting these task forces together that really is very inclusive of so many of our community as well as our staff. And so I think that's great. You've set a pretty aggressive schedule if you want these committees to report out by June 5th. And I'm wondering, what's the next step? Is there going to be a place where people that are interested to serve on these task forces can indicate their interest? What's the next step then to get these committees off and running?
Yeah. On Friday, we'll send this information out. And I also wanted to let the board and our community know we've already had some preliminary conversations. Marlena, cabinet members, and the DOS, and I certainly want to give our EDOS some credit, have already laid out some preliminary plans, but we didn't want to get too far down the road without having this plan be inclusive of folks who are in the buildings. So the early thought processes have already been there. And and again, I want to mention that this is going to be a fluid plan that's going to change as we have seen now that the recommendations that have come from the American Pediatric Association and CDC and Tri-County have changed quite a bit. And so we're going to have to be fluid and flexible in changing our plans. But we also hope that this could be a touchstone that other districts can use as well. And we're going to work with all of our teachers. Any person who wants to provide some ideas, and folks have been giving me their ideas already, and we're going to work with them.
Very good. Directors, are there other questions you have regarding Dr. Tucker's presentation of the overview for how we're moving forward and planning for reopening in the fall? I see Director Chancha-Shore and then Director Meek.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tucker. I was just wondering, and I might have missed the specifics, but if people wanted to participate, how do they specifically get in touch with you to do so?
This week, we will be sending out a survey this week. In fact, we've done some preliminary survey stuff already. And so we'll send out a second reminder asking folks for participation.
A follow-up question, what part of the DAC do you see playing, or do you see the district advisory committee playing a part in any of the task force?
We want any member, any task force, or any group providing their input. And as a cabinet, as we reassemble this week, we'll start to look at some early thoughts or some early ideas we've had regarding, you know, who could be a chairperson for these committees. But again, we have a broader survey out. Marlene has already done some surveying already, but we're going to do a broader survey to capture thoughts from everyone. So any group, person of any group is welcome to provide some input.
Director Meek?
Stuck on mute. I'm so excited to hear this. I honestly think Douglas County kind of led the way with the remote learning plan. I think it's a very, very well done. So I'm excited to hear this, that we're gonna harness the collective knowledge of our community. We have so many amazing individuals like the young adults we heard this evening on our SAG talking about mental health. Have we reached out to them to be engaged yet? Or have we reached out to anyone yet, maybe?
Yeah, Marlene has done some, and cabinet members have done some surveying and gotten feedback from some groups, but we want to, again, to do justice in bringing in thoughts of everyone. And
okay.
You know, I want to roll this out tonight to let the entire school community know that we will be counting on them and we'll be asking for their input.
So I just really want to encourage to make sure that we do reach out to the SAG group in particular. I think student voice and teacher voice is really, really important in moving forward. And it is such an aggressive, I mean, it's 3 weeks to get this accomplished. How many meetings do you envision having? I'm just kind of curious what that map looks like.
I would imagine that we're going to have several meetings, and if we need to adjust the dates to get this right, we'll adjust the dates. We want to make sure that this is a very viable, a very robust plan. But we need the dates I've given. We need to at least have our folks surveyed and these committees assembled.
Looking forward to hearing more about the work. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And Director Meek, I would just also add that we already had a student advisory group person approach me last week, as a matter of fact, before the task forces were even created, and very eager to serve. So I think it'll be just a matter of time before our students will certainly participate as well. So that is happening. Director Lung, questions?
Yes, have we contacted SAC to ask whether they're interested to serve? I mean, each SAC has at least 4 parents, you know, in there, and 1 teacher, 1 committee member, the principal. And
as I said tonight, and Director Long, thank you. I do appreciate that question, and I know cabinet members are listening very closely. The survey we sent out will be a very broad survey that will really ask for any group, as I said, any group, any organization to provide input on some of these areas. But
well,
we also
my suggestion is, you know, not us. I mean, I think we should actively recruit SAC, because they are duly elected by each school to represent their school, and they have a certain representations, and they are in the state law, and I think they could be a huge asset if we actively recruit them to help us. I mean, who care about their school than the SAC, you know, themselves, or the PTO. So that's what I'm suggesting, that maybe we should actively recruit the SAC of each school, you know, to as a backbone to form, you know, the groups that are helping you. That's my suggestion and question number 1. And my second one is to reopen. Do we need to work with any other entity, or is the sole discretions of the school district and the superintendents? Or do we submit to the governor's office approval, or tri-county? I mean, I want to make sure that we are putting based on the scientific, not a political reason, is a scientific reason that this is safe to do so.
Oh, absolutely. Again, whatever happens, as I said in my opening comments, that we're going to work closely with our healthcare, highly effective healthcare officials in deciding how and when we reopen. And this involves the state superintendent of public instruction, based upon a recommendation to her from the state's county health departments, as well as the state health department, the CDC, all of us working in collaboration. And finally, the governor has the authority, and we've seen him exercise that authority twice within the last year in closing schools down because of health concerns. And so we're going to work with, and we're on constant calls with the governor. He's been really fantastic in providing us some advice thus far about school closures, guidelines, particularly the social and physical distancing guidelines. And we know Dr. John Douglas, who heads up Tri-County Health Department, has been very instrumental in helping us craft guidelines. And we have a great deal of expertise right in-house with our school nurses, with Lisa Cantor and our other nurses who given us advice at a moment's notice in keeping our school community safe. So this is not a decision that's taken lightly. It's not a decision made strictly by building educators. But I do understand the point you're making, this whole business with Colorado being a local control state in which the Board of Education and ultimately the board will say to us, yes, we can open or not open.
Very good. Any other questions for Dr. Tucker? And Dr. Tucker, if in the perfect world, do you have a target for when you would like us to be able, or not us as a board, but as a district, that we would be able to communicate to our community what that opening would look like? I mean, is there a certain date that you feel like is reasonable to say, you know, by such and such date, if everything is aligned and we have all the health experts and Tri-County Health and whomever behind us, we can let community know that this is what the opening is going to look like?
In a perfect world, yes, I could give that. But because things are changing so quickly, for example, the the California State University system has announced that they will have only online classes for the first semester. So I don't want to, I'm not comfortable in giving a date, and I know everyone wants that, in giving a date when I can say we're going to have in-person learning. I would love that. And I started my comments off by stating that we're planning for that, but we also have these contingency plans because it's only prudent that we have these contingency plans. I do expect, as I said here in June, within the next month, that we have reports back from these committees in terms of what these other important parts of this plan will look like, both starting on time in person and having contingencies in place for us to resume education, whether it's a blended model or it's totally online. Again, it's going to be predicated on the governor and our local health and state health authorities.
Very good. Well, great work and a great overview for the work to come. And yes, we will certainly look towards having an update. June 9th will be our board meeting after you have had time for the committees to do some work. And we'll look forward to having that on our agenda on June 9th as far as some updates. Very good.
Okay.
Dr. Tucker,
and the plan won't be finished by June 9th, but we'll have some updates in place, folks selected, surveyed, and folks and an update, as you said, by June 9th.
Very good. All right, very good. Dr. Tucker, any other things under your report at this time?
No, that's it. But I would be remiss if I did not thank our building principals, our community members, and the entire school community, and for the board for tuning in on the Perseverance Scholarship program, where we honored seniors graduating seniors from each of our high schools. What tremendous, tremendous stories of students persevering, being resilient and ready and overcoming. I mean, it's amazing. I immediately made my kids I made them tune in. So
yeah,
it speaks a lot about our community and the diversity of experiences of our 68,000 students.
Absolutely. Couldn't echo that enough. If people want to get inspired, be sure to look at the link that talks about the Perseverance Scholarship Ceremony, and it will just, it'll wow you, to say the least, in terms of the journey some of our students have been on and how they persevered some major hardships and obstacles. And like Dr. Tucker said, that's just a sample of our 68,000. So job well done to that as well. Thank you, Dr. Tucker, for your update and report. Next on our agenda is to start digging into this budget issues that we have for the majority of tonight. The first agenda item is to look at this year's budget, the 2019-2020 third quarter financials, and we're going to invite Colleen Doan, who's wearing two hats. She is half of our interim Chief Financial Officer, as well as she is the Director of Budget. So we will invite her to begin the presentation around third quarter financials. Ms. Doan.
All right. Thank you, Director Ray. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you. Go
All
ahead.
right. Thank you. So this update is informational item only. There's no vote or action to be taken on it tonight. So if you can please go to the next slide. Thank you. So the data for our third quarter financials is through March 31st. So we're about 6 weeks past that at that point. It does not contemplate any changes in the current year to the School Finance Act, meaning it does not include a rescission. Now, the state has not come out and said that there will definitively be no cuts in the current year, but considering we are very closely coming to the end of the fiscal year, we're not including anything in there right now. It includes our financial update for our COVID-19 impact on DCSD, meaning any of the lost revenue or expenses incurred due to our transition to remote learning. But it does not include any CARES federal stimulus funding or any other stimulus related funding, as that's still to be determined. We have not to date received any of that yet. This forecast does recommend a few changes for the final revised budget, which will be presented to you all for a vote on June 9th. And then the forecast has been updated since our last update for the inclusion of continued remote work through June 30th. And with that, the continued closure of our enterprise programs, as our last update on April 21st contemplated returning to relatively normal activity for the month of June. Next slide, please. So as we look at the general fund, these 4 pie charts take us from year to date 2 points in time. So March 31st, 2020 and March 31st of 2019. I apologize, that top one is a typo, so say 3/31/19 to the year end of that certain point in time. So overall, the percentage of revenue across the various categories is essentially the same. We receive about half of our property taxes in this last quarter of the fiscal year. So we anticipate that green section to continue to grow as a percent of the total revenue. And overall, our state equalization, which comes in on a monthly basis, will continue to come in, as we're not contemplating a rescission in state funding. And I do want to point out that in all 4 of these pie charts, the state equalization includes our charter schools share of that, as well as we serve as a pass-through. So that's not just the district share of that state equalization. So revenue overall, from a percentage standpoint, is trending as normal. Next slide, please. When we look at cash flow, there are a few items, though, that we do want to point out that could create some variances from budget and variances year over year. So first, there is still the potential that property tax collection delays and an increase in our uncollected balances. Our April taxes came in following normal trend, which we're very fortunate on that. That was great news that we received just recently. But there is the continued possibility of decreases, as there was the delayed property tax collection due date for many property taxpayers in the state of Colorado. We don't expect that we will not fully receive on our property taxes, but maybe potentially just a slight change. Our current rate of collection on property taxes has been around 95%. So we aren't anticipating that it's going to fall much below that. This presentation is not focused on future years, it's focused on the current year. But I did want to point out that there could be concerns next year with any reduced assessments and possible increase on defaults in property taxes, especially on the commercial side. Another form of tax is our specific ownership tax. That's for vehicle purchases. April was slightly lower than the normal trend, but we still received funding through the specific ownership tax in April, which is still good news. So we expect the lower trends to continue for the next several months as we have reduced activity in the economy in Colorado. But overall, as that makes up a smaller percentage of our overall local tax budget, we're still anticipating to collect 99% of our local taxes. And so just a 1% variance from what was presented April 21st, which contemplated 100% tax collection. Next slide, please. As we look at the expenses in the same layout as the revenue from a few slides ago, we see similar trends here from a percentage standpoint. When we look at from 18-19 year to date, so March 31st, 2019 to year end, the salaries continue to maintain their 64% of the total budget, and benefits actually grew slightly. This is because we had the para net pension liability that we had to record as our portion of the state's essentially unfunded net pension liability on our books at the end of the fiscal year. That was something new. And so that's why you see the benefits go up as a percentage for both fiscal years, actually. So that's that red section. And the drop in operations in 18-19 from year to date to year end. As we transition to 19-20, you'll see that the benefits follows that same trend, but the operating continue to remain at 14%. And actually, there's still a substantial amount anticipated to be paid out through the end of the fiscal year in operations. This is because we have the grant from the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners has been received in the year, and that's included within the operating, as well as the curriculum spend that the Board of Education approved back in January. Those are included as fourth quarter spend. Next slide, please. So when we look at the variances from prior to COVID's impact on Douglas County School District, there are a few important things I want to point out that have changed. Not all of them necessarily related to COVID, but there are things that have changed within our financial situation. So the first is that grant that we received from the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners. That is $6.8 million, and that is set aside for physical and mental safety. So the full revenue is then received and recorded within on the revenue side, and we are anticipating to spend, and we have appropriated the spend on the expense side. As mentioned last month, we continue to see projected revenue decrease in our non-tax-based items. These are items like interest earnings from investing our cash, our preschool tuition being refunded for the closure of preschool programs during the COVID closure, school fundraisers, donations, and fees as we refund school fees, and then schools don't have their fundraisers and donations they would typically have in the spring. And then our facility rental income down as well due to the cancellation of rentals for the large part of the spring and summer. We project that we'll be under our budget in substitutes as we have reduced our daily substitute need due to the remote learning, but we'll be slightly over budget in additional pay, primarily due to the COVID-related hazard pay for on-site work. Our purchase services, we've been able to realize some savings there in the last quarter because we just simply don't have travel for professional development for conferences or for mileage reimbursement going out to various buildings. Printing costs. Our schools on a normal year print a ton of pages, and we don't have that expense occurring right now. And then just other services that we contract out that have had reduced contracts or even canceled contracts because they can't perform their responsibilities while under remote learning. And then we have utility savings as well as our building closure. We can't completely shut off utilities, but we can put them into the kind of vacation mode like you almost would your own home and realize some savings there when it comes to utilities. Next slide, please. So as we look at the fund balance, we actually see that from the presentation on April 21st to the presentation today, our projected ending fund balance actually has increased. So a majority of this is associated with those savings that we've been able to recoup in the purchase services and utilities, and that's essentially offsetting some of those lost revenue because as a percentage standpoint, non-taxpayer revenue in the general fund is a very small percentage, as the majority of our money does come from tax dollars. So we can look here and see, based upon the different assignment or category of our fund balance, our unassigned is looking at to be projected at 23.7 million now, when it was 22.9 last month. And the rest of our fund balance, per the notes on this slide, are assigned, restricted, or committed for very specific purposes. Next slide, please. We do have a less fortunate financial situations, though, in some of our other funds that are more dependent upon their own revenue sources. And mentioned these again last month, but the situations as we continue to remain closed and continue to not collect revenue continues to draw down their fund balances. So our enterprise programs have had a pretty large financial hit due to COVID. So our outdoor education is projected to be about 40% under budget in tuition due to the closure. They have not been able to offer the spring trips from March until May for our schools, and then are not able to offer summer camp in June. So that's already contemplated within the forecast. Before and after school care has had a large impact as well. It's 35% projected under budget in tuition because the base programs have not collected tuition and have not essentially operated in person since before spring break. Nutrition services, 22% under budget in food sales because the food program that we're able to offer to our students is free of charge, and we don't have the normal food program occurring for lunches and breakfasts right now. So as mentioned last month, we'll continue to recommend that we increase the transfer from the general fund to outdoor education and nutrition services in order for them to continue to pay their regular staff through the end of the school year. They will be unable to balance their budget on those two funds if we do not provide a transfer. Our before and after school care has their own reserves that they are drawing down, which is why we're not recommending that. And so that will be included within our final revised budget next month. Transportation, they are down about 30% in fees for ridership due to the closure. However, they've also had 30% savings in fuel for the months of closure, which equates to $500,000 under budget in fuel due to the reduced mileage and lower gas prices. And there's a whole section within the full financial report on transportation, fuel and mileage. And then the last fund outside the general fund with major variances is our athletics and activities. The revenue is projected to be 25% under budget due to refunded student fees and essentially no spring sports activity occurring due to the closure. However, they'll have some savings to partially offset that revenue loss, as there won't be supplies and services due to the discontinuation of the spring sport activity. Next slide. So for those of us who are visual, wanted to put those fund balances for our enterprises into a graph. So the blue line shows the projected ending fund balance for our enterprise reserves at second quarter, so presented back in February. The red bars represent the third quarter projection for the ending fund balances for the enterprises. So you can see that while they've all decreased, childcare, which is our base program, still has some of their own reserves, and our nutrition services and outdoor ed are hovering around 0. Next slide, please. So with that, that concludes the presentation on third quarter. So I'd encourage you to take a look at the full financial reports, about 50 pages. It is another one of the attachments on electronic school board that walks through all of the variances, both budget to actual and year over year, as well as some key metrics on some of our other major expenditure areas. And we will be back with another final request for the current year, which is the final revised budget on June 9th, in order to account for some of the changes to reflect this forecast that's been presented today. So with that, I'm open to any questions that you might have on third quarter financials.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Doan, for that presentation. And just a quick question from me would be the transfer to nutrition services and outdoor ed. Do you have a rough estimate what that amount of that transfer will be?
Yes, we'd like to recommend $150,000 for outdoor ed and $550,000 for nutrition services.
And then again, that would come out of the unassigned reserves?
Correct.
Okay, very good. All right, directors, and just a reminder, this is an information only item, so we will not engage in a lot of discussion. I think we just need to focus on questions for clarity at this point. So are there any questions? And if you'll, at this point, just wave at me and I will call on you. I see Director Chancho Shore. Question.
My question is, thank you, Ms. Doan. My question is specific to outdoor education. Generally speaking, do our students pay tuition for outdoor education?
Yes, they do.
And so at this point in time, if they had paid tuition, then they were refunded the tuition?
Yes, if their school was not able to provide their trip, they were refunded.
Thank you.
Directors, other questions? Director Lung? Director Lung?
I can find the unmute button, I'll be a better director.
And go ahead.
I just want to just for clarifications purpose. So people look at that and we look at that and say that, well, you are correct. The operating percentage is 14% in both years, but the actual dollar amount has been increased quite substantially. So can you let people know that we're not actually having a higher operating budgets that is specifically for a specific program? So
yeah. Yes, as a percent of our total general fund budget, the operating budget is remaining the same. The dollar amount has increased and the spend will occur in this fourth quarter due to those two reasons that I mentioned, the curriculum, $4 million, and then the $6.8 million from the grant from the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners.
Right, so it's not for any overhead or whatsoever, it's just for specific programs.
Correct.
So the second thing that is, today there's a new budget release that shows that the projections of this fiscal years, because of the coronavirus, lead to a massive unemployment and closing down, which lead to a severe defeat of the sales tax income, and also the gas price collapse. So they actually projects these fiscal years will have, I think, 6% lower than previously, at least. But you're thinking that we will not be affected in these fiscal years, because judging from what you say, that we only probably have 1% less of the tax collections. We will probably collect 99% of the tax, and so is it what your assessment is? We're not going to be as bad as what the state forecast that are affecting them compared to affecting us?
So we'll speak in more detail in the next agenda item on the state's revenue forecast released this morning. But speaking specifically to the 1920 update, yes, the state income tax is projected to be down 7% from the previous estimate, and total revenue $895 million under the previous estimate for the current year. However, preliminary conversations that the Joint Budget Committee have been looking at adjustments to specific programs within K-12 for the K-12 share of that cut in order to balance the current budget. And there hasn't been anything from Colorado Department of Education stating that our per pupil revenue for the current year will be reduced. Doesn't mean that they can't come back and do that, but we just have two shares left of our state share to receive. So there's only two opportunities remaining for the state to cut us and the per pupil revenue within the current year.
Thank you very much.
Very good. All right, thank you, Director Lung. Any other questions, directors? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is now to begin looking at projections for the 2020-21 budget update. And I believe we're adding another teammate, Janice Leisner, and Colleen Doan serve currently as the interim CFOs. And so they're going to walk us through a presentation regarding our continued work around planning for the budget for the 2021 school year. All right, Mrs. Doan, go ahead.
All right.
And welcome, Ms. Leisner.
So just one second as I switch gears. Okay, so thank you again, directors. If you can go to the next slide, please. We're going to focus this second presentation on updating you all on the forecasts and revenue updates that were presented to the JPC this morning. Go through a tool that we've created on budget cut and revenue increase options. Provide some additional clarity around some additional cutting options that were requested from the Board of Education. Talk about the committee feedback from all of the various groups that we presented the information to within the last 6 weeks. Mention a little bit about the charter schools and how they relate to this. And then a follow-up on our department budget requests from the April 21st Board of Education meeting. Next slide, please. So this morning, JBC received updates from both Legislative Council staff and the Office of State Planning and Budgeting through the Governor's Office. And to quote Legislative Council Staff Chief Economist Kate Watkins, who said this morning, "What has transpired over the last 2 months have been unimaginable." So that, I think, really states clearly what is going on in Colorado right now. None of us could have imagined that the impact from COVID would do what it did to Colorado's economy. So in 1920, as I just stated a few minutes ago, income taxes are projected to be down 7% overall for the year, just due to the activity of that last quarter of the year. And that's an $893 million under the March projection, meaning that the March projection was already just a small surplus. So this is a deficit that the state will have to come out of because they have required by law items such as their reserve requirement and current appropriation limits that they have to meet. As we move into the next year, the continued contraction of the economy, which they presented in the Legislative Council as 5.6% of US GDP. So that's negative, that's a contraction of the economy year over year, and continued income tax decrease and sales tax decreases would result in an additional $2.4 billion reduction in revenue from the prior forecast. So when you put those two together, that is, in the period of 12 months, a $3.3 billion decrease in the state's revenue projection. They are anticipating that in 21-22, the state will slowly start to rebound and revenue will beginning to increase as and the unemployment will drop, not to the historical lows that we've had up until COVID, but it'll start to normalize a little bit because the forecasting was based upon a gradual reopening of businesses, limited resurgence of the coronavirus, and anticipated treatments available within 12 to 18 months. So if there is a resurgence, an additional stay-at-home mandated closure or anything else like that, these numbers would be subject to increase. Additionally, these forecast numbers do not include anything from the CARES Act because the CARES Act actually will reduce federal and state taxable income. And so that doesn't have a positive effect on the state's general fund, even though it will certainly help the economy by those additional stimulus packages being put out into the economy to help citizens. So when we look specifically at what does this mean for K-12, the honest answer is we don't have a real knowledge at this point in time because all the information released today looks at the state as a whole and their revenue projections. However, we can put a few scenarios together based upon where the School Finance Act is currently as a percentage of the state's total general fund budget and where Douglas County School District is as a percent of School Finance Act. So if we just look at the state's budget as a whole in the general fund, and K-12 education makes up about 37% of that, we could contemplate the percent or the dollar amounts that K-12 education could be cut by applying the $3.3 billion to the K-12 budget. So we then know that Douglas County School District's enrollment is about 7% of the statewide enrollment for K-12 public education. So based upon some very rough numbers for Douglas County School District, this could be anywhere from a $30 to $60 million reduction in funding for Douglas County School District run operations. So this excludes the charter schools. And the reason why I'm providing this range here is because we do not know whether there will be proportionate cuts within the whole state budget to the K-12 education, or if there will be other areas like transportation or higher ed or Medicare or other health services that will take a larger brunt of the $3.3 billion. And we also don't know if the cut to K-12 will be fully funneled through the School Finance Act, or if they will be putting the most impact of the cuts into some of the special programs that are not subject to Amendment 23. So talking about things above and beyond the school finance, the per pupil revenue within the School Finance Act. So it's still too early to have that level of information. We will be actively watching everything that comes through the state when they reconvene the full legislature and any of the JPC conversations and any of the experts within school finance within the state. But do wanted to provide that information as that preliminary update. And from that, we'll be able to extrapolate more information within our proposed budget, which will be presented to you on May 26th. And with that, multi-year projections as well, given the information that was released today onto what it could look like in 21-22, as well as 22-23 school years. All right, next slide, please. So that information obviously just came out today. And so this makes this projected range a little narrower and a little different. But the tool that we've provided to the Board of Education that is available for you to download in Excel showed a projected budget deficit range from 10 million to 50 million. So this is an interactive tool that will allow the user to be able to select their budget cut level and select individual options of items to cut or revenue increases to add in. they can either include or exclude at a range of dollar amounts. So it scales it so that you can say you want to, for example, make a small reduction to school carryover, or you want to make a large reduction to school carryover. And after this slide, I'm going to walk through that tool for you in a little bit. So the goal of creating this tool was to empower the user to be able to select sufficient budget cuts or revenue increases in order to balance the budget. So what we want to do is we want to generate a surplus here and be able to have the total cuts equal or exceed the total deficit in revenue. And this tool also has a definitions page for any description of the cuts and then the impact of the cuts or increases in revenue. And what we mean by impact is that some of the cut options will have ongoing effect upon our school community. And it may be indirect to other programs than just that specific line item for which is being contemplated as a cut. So I'm now going to share my screen and open up that tool and just give you a quick demonstration of how it works. It is available for directors for you to download off of Electronic School Board, play with it yourself. And then all of our principals have also been given the opportunity to play with the tool as well as it was shared with them. So just one moment as I share my screen. Would whoever's sharing right now be able to end? Thank you. All right, so you should see in front of you now, this Excel spreadsheet has quite a few different numbers on it, columns of tiers of the projected budget deficit. So this is what I was referring to from the $10 million to $50 million. And then you have the series of budget cut and revenue increases. So within each of these options, you may go through and you can click on the amount and decide how much or how little you would like to include as an option for the cut. So for example, this one's carryover. If I said that I wanted to include a larger amount of carryover within the contemplated cuts, I could come here and select it and the dollar figure is going to automatically change. If there's something that says no planned use, that means that you're not contemplating including it within the tool. So you would not cut it from the budget, or if it's a new revenue item, you would not add it into the budget. Where you want to go is down to the very bottom, and this is where you'd see that surplus deficit. So you can see that this first option, which was the $10 million cut, has a surplus of 2.5 million because I changed that carryover. If I put it back to small, you can see that that automatically changed. So this allows you at different thresholds of decrease in revenue to play around with the different options that are under consideration in order to see how you can select the options, which ones you recommend implementing at what level in order to balance the budget. And this next tab here is what I was referring to with the definitions. And so it goes through each one of those lines, provides the description of what it means, whether that impact is, what that impact means, and then we've also identified whether it's a one-time or an ongoing savings. So this tool is available again for your use. We created this in order to assist with reviewing that data and looking in real time at what those dollar amounts could be based upon the combination of any of the options. So I will stop sharing then now to go back to the presentation. So we have Thank you. So then I'm going to turn it over to Jana to talk about some of the other cost-cutting options.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Thanks for having us. So you asked for some additional information on a couple of items. So the first one is extended severance. For extended severance to work, the district would have to put out an incentive for the employees to accept the offer. If we implemented this similar to what the district offered 10 years ago, the cost if everyone accepted would be around 10 million. But that cost would depend on who actually accepted that offer. Then after the severance was accepted, it would take an additional 3 to 5 years to recognize that savings, as the employees who accept those offers have to transition out of the school district. This also assumes that the employee is either not replaced or is replaced by someone at a lower pay rate. So at this time, we're not recommending this option as it takes a large initial investment to implement. Next slide, please. The second one was the 4-day school week. So to estimate the savings, we researched general articles on the subject and discussed with many districts to the south of us who have recently implemented this. The savings was across the board, but consistently they tell us that they didn't implement for cost savings, but more for staff recruitment. As more school districts start to implement that 4-day school week, that implementation incentive is discounted. The estimates that we provide on the template vary greatly based on how you shut down that 5th day. So the only real savings comes from fewer staff hours or reduction of staff. Otherwise, you're paying for the same number of hours over 4 days instead of the 5 days. So it depends on how you shut that building down, and you might be able to cut some support staff like transportation, nutrition, custodial, but it also, you have to think about how you're going to use that building on the 5th day. Are you going to have athletics and activities? It's hard to put a cost to that 4-day school week until you really define what that 5th day is going to look like. So we have to also ensure that the number of contact hours is still maintained to have credit for those educational hours that are required by the state. And we would be the largest school district that would implement that 4-day school week. So for reference, Brighton, who we've taught to, is one of the larger districts, and they have about 19,000 students. So as you also know that maybe that busing schedule might have to change also. So this would be a very similar subject that we talked about when we started discussing changing the start times. So there could be some additional costs related to changing that bus schedule also. So a lot of things to consider as we continue to talk about what a 4-day school week might look like. Next slide, please. So repurposing of schools. So for the average elementary school, there are savings of about $130,000 per year in utilities, supplies, and minor maintenance. About $500,000 a year in capital reinvestment costs savings, and about $200,000 per year in staff savings. Any one-time savings related to the sale of a buildings are unknown at this time. And Rich, as we continue through these conversations, will have more information provided about what that repurposing would look like. Next slide, please. The final item is the EDCSD. There's 3 options we currently have outlined. The first one is to move EDCSD to a middle school with available capacity. Second one is to move into the Inverness Business Park with Hope Online. And the final one is to lease or purchase other available space. So the slides are here to assure you that we consider to look at this, and it's a top action item for reasons other than just cost savings, but we realize there are cost implications. And Rich will be discussing this with you later tonight. Next slide, please.
I'm going to pause you for just a second. So board, these were 3 additional strategies that we asked finance to take a look at. I want to just pause to see if there were any questions regarding the three that Mrs. Slicer just presented. Any questions, Director Holtzman?
Thank you. My question, I think it's on slide 6, and I'll try to get there myself. Although I'm not seeing the slide numbers now. It was about the early retirement.
Yes.
Extended severance. So I see that the upfront implementation would be 10 million. And I understand that that would be very difficult right now. I'm just wondering about what, if we're able to estimate kind of that 10 million number, and we continue to use those numbers to predict out 3 to 5 years, what would the savings eventually be?
So it really depends on what employees take us up on that offer for early retirement. And it also depends on who comes in to replace them, if anyone replaces them. So there's so many what ifs that it's hard to give you a definite number of what that would look like. And it would be out 3 to 5 years. And so there's a lot of details that we would have to dig into further if we decided to go this direction.
Thank you. And I understand that you're not, it's not one of your first recommendations or not a recommendation at all, but I guess as we receive information about multi-year budgets, which I'm excited to get, if you could even just give us a conservative estimate of what those savings might look like, I think it would be helpful, especially for those employees who have asked about this option. So
yes, we will start running those numbers for you.
Thank you.
Okay, directors, any other questions for the 3 additional options that we're seeing tonight? I'm just going to scroll through your faces real quick. I don't see any other directors with their hands raised.
I did raise my hand.
All right, sorry, Director Long, go ahead.
So I'm more interested looking into the 4 days a week, and 60% of Colorado's school district is in 4 days a week right now. We are leading the country in that regard. So you mentioned that Brighton 27J is the largest one with close to 20,000 students. And how much cost saving did they get? I think that they start implement this in the school years 2018, 2019. Do you have some ideas? Even though you said that they're not implementing primarily because of cost saving, but did they save money? And if it does, what's the percentage of the budget being saved?
Yeah, so the conversations are actually pretty hot right now with the south side of the state with the CFO group. A lot of people are starting to talk about this possibility. There's so many variations out there, even with who has implemented it, because they all do it so differently. So again, there's some who close down everything on that 5th day, but have 4 10-day school weeks. And then the administration, does the administration stay open, or do they close on that 5th day? Do you have athletics? So there's so many variables depending on how many school buildings you have, how many staff you have within the schools and in administration, that there's percentages that we've applied to your sheet that you can play with. It's very similar to like a furlough day or a district closure day. That's what I would relate it the closest to. So there really needs to be a lot more conversations around what's the true intention. If the intention is true savings to the district, then we would talk more about closing down that building for that 5th day. And then what would we be able to save for that support staff or utilities and transportation and those types of things? So if we do want to start having those conversations, let's start talking about what the true goal is, and then we can definitely run some clearer numbers for you.
No, I think I specifically asked Brighton 27J, implementing for 1 year. Do you know whether they save any money? And if it does, what's the percentage did they save? I mean, that's my question.
Yeah, so they say that they save about 1 million per year for that 19,000 students.
Okay, so how much is the budget?
Let me see if I have that here. I'm not sure if I have it in my notes. But I equated that to, I believe, our smallest savings that we have on your sheet.
Well,
So
but there are only 19,000 students, and we have, and even discounted charter school student, we still have 50,000 district student. So that is at least 2.5 times, or more than 2.5 times the number today. Does it scale up?
Yeah, it depends on if you did it exactly like Brighton does. So there's a lot of variations in how people have done it. They have saved money on transportation and some of their utility type costs.
So I know, I'm sorry, I shouldn't put you on the spot like that.
That's okay.
If you could you know, I mean, after this meeting, when you have time, I would like to know, for the Colorado School District that's implemented, what's the average saving that they have? Actually, for the entire country, 560 school districts in 25 states has implemented that. If there's a comparable school district of our size, I would like to know whether there is any saving for a district even out of state with the compared size as our school district. Thank you.
Yeah, we can look at that. I did not look outside of Colorado, and it really was all across the board because everyone did it so differently. And our charter schools could adopt that or could stay on that 5-day a week also.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Ms. Neisser. Go ahead and continue on with your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so changing subjects a little bit here. So the board had requested that we ask 4 questions of our many supporting groups across the district. The questions we asked were, what are the pros of each compensation option presented, the cons, unintended consequences, and then the top concepts, values, or constructs that the group wanted to ensure that we preserve and prioritize. So this is our first level of feedback that the board asked for. We're currently in the process of discussing the hypothetical cost-cutting and revenue-generating options with the board committees using that tool that Colleen showed you, and we'll provide that feedback at our next board meeting. So we received feedback from around 330 individuals, and we would like to thank the following groups for their time and conversations around this important topic: the principals, classified mentors, budget steering committee, DAC, fiscal oversight, employee council, and the student advisory committee. So the number of comments vary by the question and vary by group, but I will try to give you an idea of how many comments we received in each category. So we tried to capture the wording of our committees as closely as we could, but we still tried to summarize them with themes. So we tried to stay as true to the committee's feedback as we could. So this slide shows the pros. There were about 47 comments that we recorded, and there were many duplicates. So you can see that most of the groups talked about that option A is the best option for our employees and that it has the least impact to the paychecks. But you'll see in the con section that they also recognize that this comes at a cost in the form of cutting programs and it may not be sustainable. We also heard many pros related to splitting the burden between the district and staff. And we also heard that 8 years is a long time for having no employee increases to the medical premiums, and knowing that a majority of the districts around us are passing on at least a portion of that increase to their employees. Next slide, please. So this summarizes the same information by group. And you can see that the items that different groups focused on is very different depending on who you surveyed. So for the pros, the FOC, the Fiscal Oversight Committee, and the DAC and Steering Committee were all strong on splitting the options between, splitting the burden between the employees and the district. The employee council felt strongest about option A being the best option for employees and keeping their paychecks whole. Although, and several other committees said the same thing, but all these groups were very concerned about having that further discussion without knowing what the cost would be to their school programs and their students. Next slide, please. For cons, we had about 77 comments related to cons. The driving comments are concerns over retention, impact to lower paid employees, and option A's effect on programs, along with the sustainability due to the budgetary impact. There were also many future-looking concerns over future pay cuts, pay freezes if option A or B was chosen, or future big jumps in premiums if we don't start small now. Next slide, please. So again, the cons vary depending on which group we're speaking to, but there was consistency in retention concerns, maintaining reasonable medical rates for employees, and making fiscally responsible decisions during a time when the economy is in flux. Next slide, please. For unintended consequences, these are very similar to the con comments that we talked about. It was about sustainability of choosing options A or B, worry over the long-lasting effects of program cuts, and ensuring that we again choose a fiscally responsible option. Next slide. So by group, this probably has the most consistency among the different groups with what they were discussing. And then finally, next slide. These are the priorities. So these priorities are very consistent with the strategic plan, the community town hall responses. The priorities are social emotional, class size, staff retention, and safety in the buildings. So we're using these priorities to drive that next layer of surveys that we're doing on the hypothetical cost cutting and revenue generating options that we'll talk more about next meeting. And then next slide. So by group, as we continue to make these tough decisions ahead of us, this slide shows us the consistency on working to keep as many cuts as we can away from our students. And this is consistent with the direction that the board has been going to date. Any questions on those slides? Okay. Next slide, I'll turn it back over to Colleen.
Thank you, Jana. So as we look at the financial impact of the decrease in revenue, just want to point out that our charter schools, they will share in their share of this Cuts to School Finance Act. So if we take the percentage cuts of 3%, 6%, and 9% and apply that to our current charter school pass-through, that is a reduction in charter school funding of $3.7 million at 3%, $7.4 million at 6%, or $11.1 million at 9%. In addition to the PPR, charter schools have some other funding sources that are not available to the school district. One of those is the charter school capital construction. And that is one of the areas that the JBC has discussed as a potential reduction. We still are ways out from knowing what the appropriation is going to be for the charter school capital construction. But that is one additional area that could impact the charter schools if the charter school capital construction funding is reduced. And then the charter school share of the CARES Act funding is still to be determined. We have not received formal final guidance from Colorado Department of Education on the share with charter schools of CARES Act. Next slide, please. And then to wrap up this presentation, I wanted to give an update on the department budget request. So as a reminder, we were here on April 21st and presented a walk forward from the 2019-2020 adopted budget to the 2020-2021 proposed budget for each of our central departments. We are going to provide more information as a follow-up to this within the proposed budget that will show new scenarios that further contemplate percentage cuts to our departments at 3%, 6%, and 9% within those departments. We'll show what those dollar figures are, as well as what that impact's going to be, what specifically the departments would cut at each of those levels, and outline what the greater impact is to the DCSD community. There are some department items that overlap with the other budget cut options presented in the tool that's been shared with you. So if there are items that are shown on the tool, they will not also be considered within this because we don't want to double count the same budget item twice and then be overstating the potential cuts. So please look forward to that coming in the next couple of weeks. And so with that, this concludes our budget update for today. And Jen and I are now open to any additional questions you might have on the presentation.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Doan, and thank you, Ms. Fleischner, for the presentation and the update. Board directors, just a reminder, this is not a decision-making item, so really let's keep this very brief. If you have any questions as far as clarity to what's been presented, let's get those answered, but let's not spend much time in discussion. Any questions regarding what's been presented to you as far as the updates? Oh, I don't see any waves at me. So, oh, I see one. So, Director Meek.
Just real quick, I want to thank you both so much for all of the work that you've put into this. I mean, that spreadsheet shows how much detail has gone into that. And I know that that was both of you leading this effort, and it was the entire, cabinet and team working to look at those scenarios. And I know how painful that is and how challenging it is. Just from listening, and I also want to acknowledge all of the feedback loops. And it came through loud and clear that you have reached out to all of these different committees repeatedly. If there's any way to take that interactive tool and make it so you can collect feedback from folks who want to weigh in and share, because I heard that loud and clear in the employee council meetings, that it was really hard for them to say what they were choosing because they didn't know what the effect would be. And so that would just be my only feedback. But I do want to acknowledge all of the work that you've done and thank you for that.
Very good. Thank you, Director Meek, and certainly well said in terms of acknowledging the incredible task in front of all of us, as well as especially weighing heavy on the shoulders of both you, Mrs. Doan and Mrs. Fleischner. So we do appreciate that. Director Holtzman, is there a question?
Just a really quick clarification. I think you mentioned getting feedback from something called the Budget Strategy Group. And I just wanted to clarify what that was. I'm really impressed with the task force that we're putting together for looking at the fall. And I'm just wondering, is that something like that or I'm not sure what that is, so.
That's the Budget Steering Committee. Colleen, can you tell us more about what that group is?
Sure. So we created a budget steering committee back in January to start looking at our equitable distribution of resources theme within our strategic plan for a redesign of our site-based budget for the 21-22 school year. So this group's been meeting on a regular basis since January. And so we brought this presentation to that group. The group consists of principals at all levels, elementary, middle, and high, as well as department directors that are all on the academic side of the house.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Doan. Any other questions? Director Long?
And I echo the other directors. You two are just awesome of preparing this for us. I would like to thank, Colleen and Jenna, for your hard work. I know that the state this morning not only giving out informations for year 2020 and 21, they also in the report briefly mentioned year 21 and 22. And I think in your presentations, you also say something like, it may look better, but I think what I read is they still project some deficit. I just want people to know that, are we going to have a suddenly, full of money in 2021, 2022, or are we still going to have issues the following years?
Thank you for that question.
Expectations correctly.
It will take a few years to recover from what's happened these last few months. So in 21, 22, we anticipate revenue will increase above 2021, but we're not going to be back to normal and back to the great economy that we've had in Colorado for the last decade. So projecting that revenue will go up as people start to return employment, but employment's still going to be higher. The projection was 7% unemployment when Colorado had less than 3% prior to COVID. So not the double-digit figures we're seeing in 2020, but it's still going to be a less than ideal financial state for school districts. We also have to consider how assessed valuation, there's typically a lag when the impact on property taxes, because home values are just reassessed every other year. And so if property values decline, we may not see that affect our property taxes for another 18 to 24 months. And so we will have to have budget cut options that can weather this storm and can last across multiple years, and not just 1 year, one-time cuts as our only solution, because it will take a while to recover and get back to where we were in situations where we were in Tabor refund years, where the economy was growing faster than Tabor would allow.
Again, thank you very much for that realistic assessment. I also make sure that people hear that loud and clear. This is not going to be a 1 year's pain that we experienced in 2020 and 2021. There is a very strong possibility that in the years after and the year after could be issues for us to look into. So thank you very much. And again, you guys are awesome. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Director Long. We're going to move on, directors, to the next item on our agenda, which is to take a closer look at employee medical premium benefits, specifically in terms of their budgetary impact for the upcoming school year. So we're going to invite Amanda Thompson, our Chief Human Resource Officer, to present for us some information regarding employee medical premium benefits. Good evening, Mrs. Thompson.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with all of you. And please know that our friends in our finance department, Colleen and Jana, will be joining me as well on that financial side. Thank you to them. Thank you to Lockton and to our benefits department for helping us gather this information. And really, we do appreciate the opportunity to update you and know that there are some tough decisions ahead, and that we are just so grateful for all that you do and all the information that you have reviewed, and along with the additional information we're going to share tonight. As you know, our open enrollment period is among us, and that information will be opened up for our employees starting on May 15th. Which is this week. So again, thank you for your support in helping our employees know what their premiums will be into the coming year. Gautam, you're going to help us queue up the presentation. I think that is coming soon. While we're waiting for that information to come up, I'm happy to share that we will have, in terms of open enrollment for our employees, we will have some tutorials available in Workday. We will have premium information available and sent out in short order to everyone so that they will know how to make the best decisions for themselves and their family in terms of benefit offerings. And for those employees who do not have access to technology. Our benefits team is available to work with our employees over the phone and provide that support for open enrollment as well. I am hearing that we are going to get our presentation up very shortly. There is a technical issue. I will go ahead and talk through the agenda slide, which just kind of lets you know the preview that is coming. So know that we're going to share some background information with you this evening around benefits information, just a quick historical snapshot, and then share just some additional benefit offerings just as information for you on a wide variety of options and services available to our employees, some of which are at no charge to employees and some are elective. And then know that our team will be sharing premium options for, there it is, for the 2021 school year, along with a recommendation and some future work that we will be doing as a district in the area of benefits. So I believe we are already on a historical snapshot. So if you could skip 2 slides forward, please, that would be lovely. And 1 more slide, thank you. So historically, oh, 1 back, please, thank you. There we go. So this slide details employee cost sharing in the realm of benefit premiums for the last 3 years. So that ranges, as you can see, from 18.3% to 16.5%. Please note the average increase to plans over the last 6 years when you blend all the choices together, all the plans together, come to an average of about a 5% increase per employee per year. Know that since then until now, we have increased in 12% more employees than we did in 2014. So we have more individuals accessing our healthcare plans. Districts around us are higher and lower in these areas, just depending upon what they offer. And know that overall, it is difficult to calibrate completely across the metro area, although we do have some comparisons just because everyone has very differing plans and options available. Locked-In is shared that they have provided us this information, so thank you to them. They're our third-party provider, and they help us with all of our medical plan designs. And they have shared of their continuance of support to us and wanting to be available in the future to share of any further information that's needed in detail. And as previously shared, and you've heard time and time again, but we just want to continue to share that we have not passed on employee premium increases for quite some time. So since 2014-15, and that is not typical as we look at offerings across the metro area. Next slide, please. So this historical snapshot is of the benefit costs overall as they've calculated, provided by Locked-In. Again, they help manage our plans. As you can see, costs continue to increase, whereas this does show that 12% employee access to medical increase. It also shows that overall costs continue to go up. So if you look at 2014-15 until now, we're at 53 million. And you'll notice that this cost includes premiums, administrative fees, stop loss premiums, et cetera. But overall, it's estimated that the trend of the cost of healthcare will continue. And we're not just speaking of the increasing costs. We're not just speaking for our district, but we foresee that that will be something that many, if not all, school districts will see in the future. Next slide, please. So this slide helps detail what we offer in terms of the medical plans. Anyone can go online as well in our benefits section to continue to see in-depth detail of what we offer by plan. But know that we offer choice in our district, and whereas we've been leading in the metro area for that, more and more districts are moving toward that choice option. So we offer 2 different Kaiser plans, and we also offer our self-funded Cigna Allegiance plan, high deductibles in both carriers, and also an HMO or PPO where it's that in-network piece. In terms of plan design, we are right in line with our peers in terms of deductibles and out-of-pocket maximums. Some instances in terms of other things that we offer, we offer support in terms of HSAs, and then districts vary in terms of the amount that they offer. We offer $1,200. There are districts that offer less and districts that offer more. So we're kind of right in the middle. The important picture to look at is that we offer a lot of total benefit offerings for our employees. Next slide, please. Not sure what happened with the format of what just popped up here, but I will go ahead and share. Sorry about what I'm seeing here, which is information kind of all over the slide. So in terms of what we offer for employees, we offer a multitude of resources for our employees. In addition to medical, dental, and vision, you'll see, we also offer a short-term disability at an average, at a coverage of 70% at no cost further to employees. We offer flexible spending accounts, health savings accounts as options to our employees. And our district also provides some tuition assistance at certain rates per year, up to a maximum at, I believe, 5 years. In addition, we have a really robust employee assistance program for all employees, whether they access benefits or not. So this is a very important offering for all employees and their families. With that, on our wellness website includes counseling for mental health, financial counseling, legal support counseling. On our employee wellness website, you'll also see various workout programs. Again, these are just additional through our supports with our local entities, wellness and family and financial webinars, resources to, if people are having difficulty finding different adult care, child care, there's supports available to help people find those connections. We also have a myriad of employee discounts that are available online for employees. Just looking at, local businesses, at travel options. Thank you to our wellness department and our partners out there in the community who continually work with us to ensure that our employees have continued offerings on discounts and access to things to support their wellness. We also have, through our wellness department, in terms of communicating all of these opportunities, we provide wellness updates in our employee insights newsletter through our communications department. And then we have wellness champions that are volunteers at each site who learn about all these opportunities and then forward this on to their school sites and their department sites. Next slide, please. I would love to turn this over to Colleen to further share about various options that we've previously shared and then some additional information.
Thank you, Amanda. So as we look at the various options, we've presented the majority of this information to you all before, but there are some changes here that I wanted to point out. So option A contemplates the district fully covering the medical premium increases. So this would be the 8th year of no costs to medical premium increases passed along to employees, which is why the EE employee monthly increase is 0. The general fund would share in a portion of that cost, and the next slide will walk through medical fund uses as well, but that's $2.2 million for that option A. Option B, which we presented before as well, would have the employee cover a $20 flat per month increase in their plans across all plans. So every month there would be $20 on top of whatever their current plan is. So this ranges, some plans are 0 currently, some plans are hundreds of dollars for family plans. And so each would go up $20 a month. That would cost $1 million from the general fund. We then, at the request of the Board of Education, created options that are percentage-based. So we created the option C's. There's now 3 versions where the employee covers 25% increase of all plans, 50% or 75%. Essentially what this says is it takes out of our total increase in costs to cover our employees next year and provides a share between the employees and the employer, DCSD, in the premium costs. So C2, where the employee shares 25%, meaning the district picks up 75% of the increase, the PPO plans would go up from anywhere from $20 to $60, the high deductible plans from $16 to $45, and the Kaiser plans from 4 to 18. The ranges are dependent upon whether it's an employee only, employee plus spouse, employee plus children, or a family plan. And that would cost the general fund for their share $1.1 million. So very similar in total cost to the general fund to that $20 per month flat across all plans. Option C3 is similar to C2, but that bumps it up to 50%. So it's 50% employee cover the increase, 50% the district cover the increase. So PPOs would go up $42 to $120, high deductibles $31 to $91, and Kaiser $8 to $35, depending upon how many of your family were on the plan. The district share of that cost would be about $418,000. Option C4 shows the employees share 75%, which means it's the kind of the inverse of option C2, because then the district share would be 25%. So the PPO will go 62 to 180. The high deductible would range and increase from 47 to 136. And the Kaisers would increase and range from 13 to 53 per month. And that would cost the general fund approximately $209,000. Option D, there's two versions of that, and we've presented this to various community stakeholder groups within our district. And that's two different ways at looking at the employees covering the full cost of the plans. D1 looks at the employees covering 100% increase to all plans based upon a specific plan that the employee is enrolled in for themselves and or their family. So the increases vary depending upon the costs associated with that plan. So our PPO could go from 80, range and increase from 83 to 241 per month, the high deductible from 62 to 182, and the Kaiser plans from 18 to 70. The general fund cost in this would be zero because the employees would be picking up the full increase. And then option D, instead of having the 100% increase spread across the exact plans the employees are on, it's more similar to option B, where it's a flat dollar increase applied to all plans. So that's approximately a $75 per month increase to all plans. And again, there'd be no cost to the general fund for implementing this version. Next slide, please. So like I mentioned at the beginning of the previous slide, some of the plans would require using the medical funds reserve as well. So these are those same options with those plans and their general fund share. And then we've put in the balance for the total cost of the plans, the medical fund share as well. So you can see for option A and B and C2 that the medical fund would contribute $2.4 million in the 2020-2021 school year, which would be a drawdown of the medical fund reserves. Option C3, which was the 50% share, drops that to the medical fund using $1.9 million. Option C4, the 75% share, drops that to $900,000. And then option D, 1 and 2, does not use any of the medical fund because the full cost of the increase is passed along to employees. So using $2.4 million of the medical fund would be a reduction of about 25% of the current budgeted reserves within our medical fund. The district would still be able to cover our incurred but not reported claims in the 2021 year and meet the recommended contingency threshold. That level, though, would only be able to be maintained for one additional year. And this assumes that claims would remain constant. If claims were to skyrocket on our self-insured plans, that's our Cigna Allegiance plans, that doesn't necessarily mean that we would maintain those recommended levels. And then if we had a year of savings, if we had low claims for the 2021 year, we could have additional resources above those thresholds. So it all depends upon the claim performance. Next slide, please. So staff's recommendation for this upcoming open enrollment is to implement option C2, which is where the employee covers 25% of the increase to their plan, and the district covers 75% of the increase so that the employees are sharing in the cost of the increase. This means our employees' medical increase on a monthly basis, if on this Cigna Allegiance PPO plan, would go up anywhere from $20 to $60 a month. The high deductible health plan anywhere from $16 to $45 a month. And our employees on Kaiser plans would go anywhere from $4 to $18 a month. And again, those ranges are dependent upon whether the employee only, employee plus spouse, employee plus children, or a family plan. And this would have a share between not only employees and the district, but within the district share, a portion of it coming from the general fund and a portion of it coming from the medical fund. So this does require a lesser impact on the general fund than if we were to do option A. It does use those medical fund reserves, and once we use it, those reserves are one time. So it would mean that once we reach that recommended contingency level in the 21-22 school year, we would have to reevaluate and potentially look at plan redesign, or the general fund pick up a larger percentage, or the employees pick up a larger percentage. So that's important to note. And it also, this does not take into consideration any other compensation determinations. We are simply looking at the medical premiums for our employees for open enrollment to begin in a few days. So I'm going to pass it back to Amanda to talk about the next steps.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Colleen, thank you for sharing the fund breakdown of our recommendation. That lends itself to some of our future steps. So as previously shared and want to continue to share, we have several items planned into our next school year regarding benefits processes. We've had similar structures and plans in place for quite some time, and know that we are going to be working with Lockton, our third-party group, to review our plan structures, to look at a metro area comparison, just continue to check, knowing that a lot of districts are in the process of changing and enhancing or adjusting their benefits. We too, in the future, that's not including what's coming in this school year. So starting at this time, or in winter of next school year, is when we are determining what rates are looking like, with our starting in the fall of working with Lockton and doing a deep dive study of what our plan structures are. Part of that is also continuing to review our benefits committee, who is on it, who needs to have an increased perspective, knowing that we already have a representation of individuals on that with our partners Lockton. We do participate in a metro area benefits group across all school districts in the metro area and really across the state in terms of collaborating, looking at any future opportunities, exploring various benefit structures. And we'll continue to, although I would like to say we do provide a lot of enhancements in our wellness realm and offerings for our employees. We will definitely continue to look at ways to honor and value our employees through showing continued benefits offered in the area of through our wellness website. So know that we are always looking to grow and continue to find ways to do things better. And so thank you for the opportunity to share with you this evening. Know that Lockton is available in the future as well, and we are available for any questions that you may have.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Thompson and Mrs. Doan and Ms. Slicner again for walking us through this. It's certainly encouraging to see the number of benefits that we offer our employees. I mean, it's really encouraging to see that it's not just a premium that we have assisted with, but it's a lot of other programs out there to encourage mental wellness as well. So that's good to have that overview. And certainly I think as you will hear, as you feel, the angst though is the unknowns right now that we are faced with. Mrs. Doan, you just presented to us the dreary news that we could be looking at anywhere from a $30 to $60 million reduction in our budget. That's in addition to the $10 million we already knew that we were having to deal with. And now we're looking at, okay, do we want to add more impact to that deficit hole to absorb some of the costs for employees? And then you have the other issue of how much we value our employees. And it's such a struggle because we absolutely believe that we want our employees to be healthy. We want them to have these kind of coverages and benefits. So I'm just want to acknowledge the dilemma board that we have tonight. Certainly the reason that we're having to make decisions tonight is, as Mrs. Thompson shared at the beginning, the open enrollment window opens this week. And so that's why they're relying on us to make some decisions so that they can communicate that to employees. So that's the status. That's what we are to grapple with. Are there questions, board, that you have? And I would say, again, questions that will help you move to a motion as soon as possible regarding the staff's recommendation. So questions? Director Graziano?
I guess I'll just get right to the question. I mean, the recommendation that was made cites a, added cost, as Director Ray alluded to. So the question I have, and also that we don't know next year where this would sit. I completely want to honor our teachers and our staff and reward them. But I also want to understand how staff came to that as their recommendation, just given that we don't know next year what the impact could be. So I just kind of would like to hear, maybe Dr. Tucker, staff, kind of just share your rationale as to how you came to that as the best recommendation going forward.
Thank you. I can start with a thought and then would welcome our friends to join in. So in looking at some of the feedback, yes, there's that financial piece of it as well. And knowing that option A was a definite major impact to the budget, looking at the option that we presented does incorporate some of our employees' feedback, those group feedback around knowing that we have not passed along benefit increases to employees for 7 years, knowing that we have to start doing that. And knowing that our budget is not in that place where we continue to do so. And hearing that from our employees and from the committees that we met with, they know that is something that needs to be done too. And we recommended this in a manner of starting to show that incremental piece instead of going from zero increase to that maximum increase. It was that step in the middle of starting that cost sharing piece. Janet, Colleen, any other thoughts?
Just one thing to add on with this recommendation, no plans would go up by more than $1,000 a year. And so we really wanted to make sure that the option we're providing was something that our employees could still afford, especially if, their family is going to be on the plan and they're utilizing our health coverage, as we do have a fairly high utilization of our benefits eligible employees using our plans. And so we wanted to echo what Amanda said, have a recommendation that while the employees shared in that cost, it was something that was relatively affordable.
And I concur with Amanda and Colleen, a small gradual increase as opposed to putting the entire coverage cost at one time on all of our colleagues, and also the uncertainty of what might happen down the road, either this year, this coming school year, 2021 or beyond, in regards to some other financial impacts that could be on the shoulders of our staff to cover. And we're also cognizant of the greater community as well, and the share of additional compensation that our greater community members have had to carry as a burden as well.
Thank you, Dr. Tucker. Just one more piece too. As this recommendation was considered, we wanted to ensure that we're looking at the various employee groups and looking at some of our feedback from our classified mentor group, which is a fairly large group of representative employees of our classified ranks, there was a need to recognize a lot of our classified employees work and seek our benefits, and want to ensure that they are still able to have a reasonable paycheck as they come home at the end of the month, in order to still receive benefits and ensure that they can still work and earn a living. So this takes into consideration all employee group levels.
Very good. Any other questions, Director Holtzman?
So I have a couple of questions. And I think I just want to preface this by acknowledging, kind of as Director Ray did, that, you know, difficult times require difficult decisions, and this is certainly one of them. But, you know, as I look across the community, we're not the only one in these difficult circumstances. Many people being unemployed, many people having less income coming in, less hours. So we are not alone in Douglas County School District and having to look at pretty difficult things. And I think this is one of them. I want to just go back. I think Director Ray mentioned at our last board meeting, when we talked about the projected mandatory expenses that we're going to have next year, the loss of enrollment, the loss of non-tax-based revenue like fees at our schools, we are already looking at a over $20 million deficit. So this would be asking us to add, I think, essentially around $3.5 million to that. And that doesn't include what we looked at earlier, which is additional cuts that will very likely be required because of PPR reductions from the state. So just to kind of put it in context, and please tell me if I'm not seeing this correctly. But because of that, I will be honest and say that when I look, and I'm sorry, I'm looking back to find my notes, when I look at the ask from the general fund of 1.1 million, I don't know where that money comes from. So I don't think any of us know where that would come from at this point. And when I look at the 2.4 million from the medical fund, it gives me a little more hope, because I believe that that money can only be used towards medical costs. But I do have a question based on an email response I got today. I thought that the $2.4 million was a 25% reduction in the fund that would keep us above what the recommended contingency was. But I believe I saw an answer today that said it would actually make us fall under the recommended save in that fund, which is 5.5 to 6 million. So I guess my question is, and I don't know that anybody has an answer to this, but where would the extra 1.1 million come from in the general fund? And what would we need to leave in the medical fund to stay at the recommended contingency level?
So I can address your medical fund question first. The medical fund, we would still meet the threshold, the recommended threshold for the contingency, which is $5.5 to $6 million with the reduction in 2021. So we would be fine there. The issue really comes to, what do claims look like in the 2021 school year, on whether we have to further deplete that contingency due to high claims. So if we were to have a year of claims relatively similar to this year, we would still be able to meet that IBNR, that incurred but not reported claim threshold, but we would fall below 6 million. However, that's the recommendation. We have to still meet the IBNR, which is a lower amount. So the risk really would come in the 21-22 school year of not having that reserve level.
All right, other questions from board directors? Director Long and Director Chanchashore. Director Long, go ahead.
I echo Dr. Holtzman's sentiment. I I mean, I treasure our employee a lot, and they are dedicated, wonderful group of people who sacrifice a lot. But at the same time, 30 million Americans has filed unemployment in the last 6 weeks. Close to 300,000 Coloradoans has filed unemployment in the last 6 weeks. Our unemployment rate is close to 15% in April. A lot of people hurting. I'm just, at the same time, I want to make sure that an employee is being well taken care of, but I'm also struggling. What's the best options to balance the Main Street and how we take care of our employee? My question is, if we choose C2, that $2.4 million from medical fund and $1.1 million from general fund, that is for the school years of 2020 and 2021, right? So every single year thereafter, we will minimum paying this much, if not more, right? This is not only a 1 year's increase, because if we continue this path every year's, this is going to be the amount that we're taking out. That is like $3.5 million every year.
That assumes current plan design. So as Amanda mentioned, we'll be exploring that with our third-party advisor Locked-In and looking at how our plans are designed to see if there are any cost savings we could generate for the 21-22 school year and beyond.
But assuming that everything is constant, this
correct.
Is what we are assuming that every year, this is the minimum amount. I mean, quite honestly, in our country, I live in here for 32 years. I have not seen our medical costs going down. So, but okay. So when we're looking at these options, we are ranging from 0 in D2 up to $4.6 million in option A. And C2 is actually the second most expensive, which is $3.5 million. Option B is actually only cost us 3.4, well, $100,000 less and things like that. And C3, which is 50-50, right? C3 is employee take 50% increase and we take 50% increase, right? Am I understanding correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, Director Chandrashore.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Ms. Stone and district personnel. There are so many pieces of this puzzle, and it feels so like we have some of our puzzle pieces are not in front of us, and we don't have them to put into the puzzle. So Dr. Tucker and company, we as a board, we have to believe that your due diligence has so much more background to it than we could possibly have in the time that we serve on this board. You are working full time, and there are many of you who are looking at the different aspects of this concern and all the other things you bring to us to be voted on. And I certainly cannot say that everything that comes my way, I look at it and think, well, you know, what did the experts say? Because I sometimes, there are so many variables to each decision. This particular decision seems like we have so many missing pieces that I feel compelled to want to be assured that the recommendation that you made to us, you can put the money where your mouth is. So when push comes to shove and this is actually happening, you're the people who are saying to us at this point in time, because we have to make the decision, that this decision that you're recommending, you can securely say this is the decision we can support financially. So I'm asking, is this decision something you are sure we can support as a school district?
Dr. Tucker?
Absolutely. I 100% trust the financial thinking, the financial minds of our finance people, of certainly HR and the entire team. And what really goes unsaid is the number of people, the entire cabinet and other administrators behind the scene working to come up with a suggestion. It's just not a decision made by a few people. We're requested to go out and survey, to meet with people, to ask questions, meet with folks virtually, and we did that. We watched very closely what other school districts are doing, but more importantly, we've worked with our consultant, Lockton. These people do this for a living. They've done it for years for a living, and they certainly are giving us a bit of insight that 1, 2, or 3 other people, or folks who do this part-time, simply don't have. And I feel very, very comfortable with the recommendation that my team has brought forth, that I've also been involved with as well.
Thank you.
Director Meek?
So I guess I come at it a little bit differently in that I guess what I agree with Dr. or Director Chancho Shore is we don't know. There's so much lack of clarity right now with the economic downturn. We do know there will be a downturn. We don't know how big it'll be. With today's announcement of the 3.3 billion shortfall, that number doesn't even take into account caseload growth or inflation. So I think it's going to be difficult. At the same time, I would think I would have a really hard time cutting the health premiums during a global health pandemic. I mean, it is such a difficult choice. So I feel like a good compromise is what the district is recommending. And at the same time, I think we may need to cut other things, you know, when we actually have to make all of the decisions. And, you know, I just wish I had a better sense from, you know, all of the staff that this would be their choice. They would rather have this option than furlough days or whatever other options we're going to have to make. But I think it is somewhat of a compromise given the lack of knowledge that we have moving forward.
Thank you, Dr. Meek. Okay, so board, I want us to move forward with this item, and I would entertain a motion regarding staff's recommendation for the benefits. I see Director Holtzman, motion.
I do not have a motion about that, but I would just say that for me, a compromise is using the medical funds and letting that cover whatever percentage of employee costs that it will cover. But I'm not comfortable with so many unknowns adding $1.1 million to what is already 20.7 plus. So my motion, which I can make, is that we would proceed with a modified version of option C2, which would include utilizing the 2.4 million in the medical fund cost, and that the employees would cover whatever increase to plans percentage-wise that doesn't make up.
So motion on the table is to modify the recommendation of staff to using 2.4 million of the medical fund for absorbing premium increases, and the remainder of that need would be absorbed for employees. Is there a second to that?
We have could we have finance kind of chime in on what that would mean, like what that looks like? trying to understand what that means on the fly here.
So a question before a second can be made to the motion, Colleen and Jana, can you, if we were pass on the $1.1 million cost that's in staff's recommendation, can you roughly tell us what that would, how that would impact employees?
If you can give me like a minute or so, I can open my backup file and I can let you know.
Okay, very good. Director Holtz, Director Hansen.
I actually have a question, so I will give you perfect opportunity to crunch the numbers. Dr. Tucker, you said that you are 100% certain that we can cover this, and I'm just wondering at what trade-off is that 100%? I don't think anything can be 100% at this point, and my greatest fear is that in doing this to make a job better for some of our employees, that we're actually going to be eliminating jobs for others. And my greatest priority at the end of all of this is to continue to employ as many of the incredible people that we have working with us. So I'm really struggling to balance how this potential decision could long-term impact employees on a significantly greater scale.
Yeah, I want to make sure that our directors and our folks who are viewing are clear on my statement. I stated that I'm 100% clear, I'm 100% confident with the proposal we have to cover this, we can cover it. With the share coming from the Medical Reserves Fund and passing on the share to employees. So that's what I meant by saying that we can 100% cover it. But I'll also state that we know that we're going to look at cuts bigger than this. This is certainly not a cut that's a low-hanging piece of fruit. I mean, we're going to have some bigger cuts down the road to make. I hope not, but it's quite apparent that we will. And I guarantee you the cuts that we make, we're going to protect instruction. We're going to protect teaching and learning in our district. We also need to make sure that we're keeping our employees healthy, because of our employees having to choose to come to work in whatever environment that is, or having to make the choice not to or not to come to work or come to work sick. That's not going to help our children. We want to make sure that we pass on the percentage of expenses to our employees as to not to hurt our taxpayers as much as we can, to reduce, to mitigate that level of hurt. But we need to ensure that our employees, our colleagues, can afford to go to the doctor, that they can afford their health insurance. And that's one of the main reasons we came to this, and why I'm saying again that based upon what our finance folks have presented, Amanda and Cabinet and our experts with Lockton have presented regarding our plan, that we can afford this based upon the recommendations that have been presented tonight to the board to accept.
Mrs. Doan, do you have that impact figure?
I apologize, I do not yet.
Okay.
I don't want to misquote it.
Sure.
So
no worries. Director Hansen, did that complete your questioning, or did you have something else to follow up with?
I'm just struggling. This is making decisions with what seems like monopoly money when it's not. And I just am so concerned with protecting as many jobs as possible. And I think that a lot of employees would prefer to have a job than to have a job with extraordinary benefits. And just a lot to process.
Anybody else? Director Long, and then Director Chancha Shore. Director Long.
Well, I mean, I'm struggling, with this, and I'm looking at the most expensive options, which costs us $4.6 million. And then the least expensive options cost us 0. So I would expect that a compromise would be in the middle, which is option C3, which costs us around $2 million. And I'm a liaison of FOC, and in the FOC recommendations, they mostly support share the pain, which is 50, on the 50 on the employee and 50 on the district. So listening to my committee that I'm a liaison to, so I think C3 make more sense to me versus as it's a middle between all the options, and then it share the pain between the employee and the district, and it costs the maximum $2 million, $418 from $418,000 from the general fund and 1.9 from the medical fund. So my with lack of information, as many of them point out, I think if I had to pick a middle ground, I think C3 will be my choice.
So is that a motion, Director Long?
Yeah, I would think, I would love to, I would motion that we pick C3 based on what I said, which is the middle between all these options, and then share the responsibility between the employee and the district, because C2 is the second most expensive options, and out of the 7, and with conditions and so many unemployment rate, and as a custodian of the taxpayers' money, I think that would be a good compromise.
Director Holtzman?
So based on that, because it's much less of a hit to the general fund, and it actually reserves more in our medical fund, which is probably a good thing considering we will probably have an increase in claims. I think I could second that motion and withdraw my original motion.
Okay, motion made by Long, seconded by Holtzman. Holtzman withdrew her original motion. Director Chancha-Shore, I know you were in line to talk. Go ahead.
I mean, the motions have been made. I am just perplexed by, and I'm just going to say it this way, I'm very perplexed by how we could possibly know more than the people who are working in the system and figuring it all out. So I have nothing to add.
Okay. Okay, so we got a motion on the table to propose that option C3 be the recommendation, which has the employee covering 50% increase to all the plans. It reduces general fund cost, or it costs general fund $418,000, and it spins down the medical fund by $1.9 million. Mrs. Doan, any other information you want to give us regarding us making a motion towards that C3 recommendation?
Just to follow up on Director Holtzman's question on what would the percent increase be if the full 2.4 million, the medical fund and the rest passed along to employees, it is slightly above that 50%, because if you look the combination of those two, you're at 2.3. So the extra 100,000, it would be slightly over 50% employee share if it was just a combination of employee share and medical fund at 2.4 million.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table that has been seconded. Any further discussion before we vote? Director Graziano, was that a hand?
Thomas.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was looking at Graziano, but he was stretching. Go ahead, Dr. Tucker.
Director Holtzman does make what I think is a valid point that also went in our thinking, given COVID-19 disease. We can certainly anticipate more people utilizing the healthcare system And every time our folks see their physician or a medical expert, they're paying money out their pockets.
Dr. Tucker, to go along with that, and if we see some high or difficult claims come in like we did this year, that will have an impact to that budget.
Okay, any further discussion regarding the motion? Certainly recognize and echo Director Chancho-Shore's frustration regarding the piece of the puzzle that we're having to vote on tonight without knowing what the other pieces are. Also echo her statement in that we do have confidence that staff have to be the ones that provide us direction with this. C3 seems like, as Director Long advocated, more of a middle ground than the C2. So I think that's the one that's being advocated, and that's why there's a motion on the table for it. But I think the assumption here is that we need staff to really guide and navigate, and we don't ever want to assume that we know better. We're not budget analysts, and we respect the recommendation you made. Was at the same time, you can hear that there's great angst amongst all board directors regarding what we're facing, and it feels somewhat careless for us to continue to dig deeper the hole of the deficit when we don't have all the knowns in front of us. So I think this motion and certainly is a fair compromise. So with that, I'm going to ask us to vote. Director Chancho-Shore?
Pass.
Graziano?
Aye.
Hanson?
Can I just clarify, are we voting on passing or recommending option C3 or C2?
That's C3. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I wanted to be on this board because I wanted to honor and appreciate our teachers, and this feels like the exact opposite right now, at a moment when I've never appreciated teachers more in my entire life. But I am going to vote in favor of option C3 because I think it is the best way to ensure that we have the most jobs available for the incredible people that work here. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Director Hanson. Director Holtzman?
Aye.
Director Long?
Aye.
Director Meek?
Aye.
Director Ray is an aye. Director Chancho-Shore?
No.
Okay, that motion passes 6-1. I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute stretch break before we move on to the next agenda item. So if everybody would just take 5 minutes, stretch, and let's be back here by 10:31. Okay, everyone, looks like we are back. So just want to take a moment just to acknowledge the heaviness of this meeting. You know, we certainly are in a tough position with the circumstances we're under. And so I just want to, I think it's fair for us as a board just to say this is hard work. And it's not easy work. And we all have this passion of wanting to do what's best for kids and wanting to protect our employees. And so I just want to just acknowledge that right now and just say that I know this is hard. And I just appreciate the angst that all of us are feeling. It's even multiplied, I think, with our staff who are also having to help us navigate this. But I think we just need to continue to work towards finding the best possible solution with what we currently know. And we know it's not going to be perfect. So I just want to acknowledge the emotion in the room right now. It's tough work. We'll get through it because that's who we are. And I just do appreciate staff and our employees and all of us having an understanding of the work that's in front of us and being patient with the outcomes of what we are faced with. So anyway, just want to acknowledge that and thank everyone for hanging in there. Next on our agenda, another tough agenda item is looking at recommendations for boundaries, specifically for some undeveloped areas that we want to begin to really provide some direction with. And I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Cosgrove, who is our Chief Operating Officer, who will do introductions and help us navigate through this analysis and request for guidance from the board. Mr. Cosgrove.
President Ray, directors, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Mr. Cosgrove.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide an update for the school capacity boundary analysis. As you recall, on April 7th, staff presented urgent scenarios to address prior to August of 21, so we can proactively plan to optimize the use of our facilities. There were 6 urgent and timely scenarios presented for unbuilt subdivisions, as well as 11 urgent scenarios that involve students. And the board directed that our co-interim CFO, Colleen Doan, and myself pull together the financial information for these scenarios, which we have. And in the meantime, Western Demographics, our consultant, met with developers and home builders for these unbuilt subdivisions, obtained feedback. They are going to recommend some slightly revised scenarios. These scenarios have been vetted with every principal affected and the directors of schools. And that's basically the presentation on the school capacity boundary analysis. I would ask for the financials, Colleen Doan and I will summarize the assumptions made in those cost estimates. And then I will end with a presentation on 3 options to find a location for EDCSD. So at this point, I would like to introduce, we have Shannon Bingham with Western Demographics, as well as Derek Sturch, our planning manager. Derek will be able to provide any answers you may have, but at this point, I'll turn it over to Shannon.
Thank you, Rich. Good evening, everyone. It's a privilege to be here again to address you on this issue. Gautam, please bring up the second attachment, and I'll move through this as quickly as I can, given the hour. As Rich mentioned, we focus predominantly on these 6 unbuilt areas. We used this online conferencing mechanism to meet with 6 groups of developers and builders, and then to conference the final recommendations with the EDOS and principals affected. We developed 5 questions or 4 questions that we asked people. Did they acknowledge our point of view regarding the strategy to do boundary changes where very few students had moved in? Then we asked them about their ongoing operational impacts, fiscal impacts, and then we asked them what would their response be to FORTRAC year-round. For the most part, all of the developers and builders that we spoke with, and there were over 23 people involved from these 6 areas, supported both the concept and the viability for their own operations, with one exception being the town center development in Castle Pines. So the majority of these developers were really looking for us not to make a midstream adjustment, and we're really appreciative of the fact that we were looking at the long-term ability of schools to accommodate their developments. Most of them are anticipating continuing sales and their ability to continue to move homes. And so they're really interested in there not being any sort of midstream adjustment if we were to fill up a school and to have to shift. This little summary shows the trails at Crowfoot, Sterling Ranch, and Solstice. Solstice is a 1,200 unit development immediately north of Sterling Ranch. Crystal Valley Ranch, which is the development that is currently feeding Southridge Elementary. Castle Pines Town Center and the Canyons both feed into Buffalo Ridge Elementary, where we have quite a bit of crowding and more on the way. You can see the answers there to their questions. Gautam, if you could scroll down a little bit, I'll just kind of address some of the other issues. We updated the recommendations after talking with these folks directly. I think that they understand how timely this is because we want to make this change before additional residents move in. So right now, with 2 exceptions, there are no students in the majority of these areas, and in a couple of them, there are a handful of students. So they really concurred with us that if we're going to do this, they would rather see us do it sooner rather than later. Not only were the developers of these properties involved, we also had builders, and a lot of the folks that participated were sales representatives from local sales offices that I had networked with extensively during the enrollment forecasting and capacity process. If you can scroll down a little bit more, Gautam, and come to the first block of findings with what should I say, next slide? There we go. So this is pertinent to Castle Pines Town Center. This working group really were interested in a more holistic solution other than just looking at the brand new subdivision area. So they had a more comprehensive take on what was the right thing to do in this community. And so there were a variety of comments that they made that did not support the idea of transferring this subdivision to an alternative school, Timber Trail, basically. This would have moved this newer 303 unit development from Buffalo Ridge to Timber Trail. So this was the one that we decided not to make a recommendation for. And we believe this won't create a critical problem at Buffalo Ridge, but we're expecting a lot of growth in this neighborhood. Town Center is not the only active subdivision in the area. Gautam, if you can scroll down and show the picture. And again, I'm trusting that everyone can read the comments there. And here we are at the Canyons. The Canyons is the development immediately east of I-25 there in Castle Pines. It's a large master plan development with probably 1,100 lots currently identified. And we had originally proposed to transfer this development to Gold Rush Elementary. And as we received the information from the Castle Pines Town Center that they were interested in remaining at Buffalo Ridge, at least for the time being, that made available some space in Timber Trail. Further, some of our other urgent recommendations reflected the idea that we would be pulling other neighborhoods out of Gold Rush to make room for this development. And since we're postponing those actions until a more appropriate time, it made transferring the Canyons, which is this scenario 2, into Gold Rush make less sense. Although a lot of our polling with folks in the sales office and other people affected in this development indicated that quite a few of them agreed with our original recommendation based on traffic flow and convenience. But in the final analysis, our decision to leave these students in their current secondary assignment and propose their transfer to Timber Trail, where there is significantly more room, made sense. And this would actually balance the new housing impact from these two subdivisions more evenly between Buffalo Ridge and Timber Trail. And we believe this will be a good adjustment for us for the next 5 years as these communities continue to fill. Gautam, if you can scroll down to the next one, I'll hit some of the observations and then ask you to show me the map. The next one is the Crystal Valley Ranch area. And this is the area that currently feeds to Southridge Elementary. In our opinion, the action of removing the 6th grade from Sage Canyon and Southridge is not enough to really address the magnitude of growth in this area. So our suggestion was that we take part of this subdivision and transfer it to Rock Ridge and to Castle Rock Elementary. When we engaged the developer of this community, they had some alternative ideas that made a little bit more sense given the pacing of the development and the orientation of transportation and just basically some neighborhood cohesion issues. And they suggested that we split the neighborhood into east and west halves instead of north and south halves, because there's a major north-south open space corridor that separates that development. If you look at the pictures down below, Gautam, if you can scroll down a little bit. This was our original recommendation to take that northern 8A area to Rock Ridge, that southern 8B area to Castle Rock Elementary. And if you scroll down a little bit more, you can see the adjusted recommendation, which we processed with our educational leadership. And our final proposal would be to take the western half of this subdivision to Castle Rock Elementary and the eastern area, which is 8A to Rock Ridge. And then some of the northern area where we've already had a significant amount of home occupancy, we decided to leave that neighborhood as assigned to South Ridge in order to help with the demographic mix a little bit and have a portion of that school be some of these newer neighborhoods. So this scenario has the effect of balancing the composition of those three schools by splitting this new area up three ways, basically. Gautam, if you can go to the next slide and just scroll down a little bit. This is what we call scenario 9, which is Sterling Ranch and Solstice. And what we propose to do here, again, the developer looked at our proposal and gave us a little bit of guidance. What we're proposing to do is take the southeast portion of Sterling Ranch south of the high tension power lines where no one has occupied yet and transfer those students to Coyote Creek. And then the Solstice development, which is north of Titan Road, north of the Sterling Ranch roundabout, we would also transfer those students to Coyote Creek. All of these developments are equidistant between the Roxborough complex and Coyote Creek. This was our original map that showed just taking all of the undeveloped lots, which would include part of the core of Sterling Ranch, which is filings 1 and 2. And we would take the unbuilt homes, which is about 150 remaining units. And then the developer and our working group, as we talked about this more, decided to use this big east-west easement that you see as the line through the middle of the platted part of the subdivision, because that would be more logical. It would be a more thoughtful community divider, and it could be something that people could easily point to when they try to describe the development. The next graphic shows kind of the outcome. The undeveloped area, or the developed area immediately south of the word scenario 9 on your graphic, that's filings 1 and 2. And then we're also, that's the existing part of Sterling Ranch. And then Sterling Ranch filing 3 is actually over very proximate to Roxborough Primary. So our proposed action was to leave the 150 new units possible from filings 1 and 2 and the roughly 650 additional homes from filings 3 in the Roxborough campus, and then take Sterling filing 4 and Sterling filing 5 and split the development's new units in half, with 800 of them being assigned to the Roxborough schools and 800 of them being assigned to the Coyote Creek area, along with Solstice. Now, again, this will happen fairly slowly. The economic downturn will also slow these paces. So we believe that we probably have 5 years of comfortable accommodation in these 3 schools at the elementary level. And ultimately, we will be bringing these children home to a school that would be constructed in Sterling Ranch on a site that we're working to identify. That would also be true in Crystal Valley. We have a site down in Crystal Valley Ranch, and we're looking at school sites in the canyons. I think they're probably secondary sites, but for the most part, the ultimate plan that we continue to work with is that these are voids, large regional areas that don't have schools, and ultimately it would be our hope to be able to construct permanent schools there. All of the developers that we conferenced with were not in favor of 4-track year-round as a substitute for a boundary change, and they were fairly they were uniformly not interested in that as a solution to crowding caused by new residential units. The last property that we looked at is the trails at Crowfoot, which is just starting. The models have not been completed yet. This is on Crowfoot Road, north of Castle Rock. And we're looking at a school assignment here that would take these students to Northeast Elementary and Mountain View Elementary, which is one of our primary intermediate splits. And this would be the location where we would have room to accommodate these children. And this developer and builder group was also in favor of this move and appreciated the fact that we were being proactive and doing this before they had existing residents to process this issue with. So that's my presentation. I'd like to ask Gautam to bring up attachment 3 for Rich to make the budgetary observations, please.
Thank you, Mr. Bingham. And before we go to Mr. Cosgrove to discuss more budgetary considerations, I want to make sure we address some of the questions that board directors may have, just specifically of the scenarios that you've recommended variations to, Mr. Bingham. I do want to just emphasize, I think we always are cautious about the language we use when we talk about new schools. We do not have funds to build any new schools in Sterling Ranch. We have not passed a bond that would cause construction to occur in that site currently, that we would have to pass an additional bond election to do that. So we need to be careful when we say there's, we talk about school sites that are allocated for that potential, but certainly there are currently no plans to build any new schools in that area. So just wanted to add that as a clarification, but I also want to pause for a second. Directors, do you have any questions regarding just the scenarios that Mr. Bingham has presented in terms of the vetting they've done or the variations that they're recommending? Director Chancho Shore and then Director Lung.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate, I don't know, it might be the time of night, but it's kind of comical in a way to hear what the developers think about where we should put schools, but that's just me at this time of night. I guess what I was wondering is what the parents think more than what the developers think. And do we have some information around the parent population when we were gathering feedback, or did we just do developers and teacher leaders? Or I don't even see teachers. I think I saw school leaders. But I do see data about school leaders. Sorry.
Mr. Bingham.
We were only, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Mr. Bingham.
We were only able to network with the two groups, meaning the builder developers and then the EDOS and the principals. And given the pandemic, originally we were planning to do 30 live in-person open houses. And our concern was that the limitations of the online format probably would not work effectively for a parent meeting associated with boundary changes. We did ask the principals to attempt to reflect what they thought their parents' reaction might be. For the most part, these are neighborhoods where we do not have existing residents. That's the other complication of having an open house associated with this, is that in a couple of cases, there are a handful of parents, and in most cases, we don't have current residents. Although for Sterling Ranch, you could argue that the overall development would become an issue because we're dividing it between two elementary schools. We were trying to be clear as we went through to make sure we identified that we had school sites, but we were very clear in indicating that it would take additional bond funding for us to construct those permanent schools. But I think we did the best that we can, given the fact that these remaining scenarios were areas where there were not existing residents for the most part. And we just tried to network with the parties that we could work with and present information in summary fashion.
But it does impact current schools with current people in them and parents in them. So I guess I'm just really missing that piece.
And that's a fair observation. Obviously, we're looking at more growth coming to Timber Trail. We're looking at more growth coming to Coyote. We're looking at more growth coming to Castle Rock and Rock Ridge. So I acknowledge that in a perfect world, it's always my goal to network with parents as fully as I can and shake every hand. But given the circumstances, I'm just convinced that that wouldn't have been possible for us to do that for these new and developing areas.
Very good. Director Long.
Well, thank you very much for your work. And I too, like Director Chancellor Shores, has a little bit concerned because only developer and school leader input opinions are being consulted. Did we try to reach out to the city officials or the city manager or the county planning commissions to see how it's work into their plan? Indeed, I was contacted by one of the city officials and asked me about this. I don't think they're very difficult to find.
Our intent was for these meetings to be limited to the builders and the developers that were working in these 6 specific subdivisions. So we didn't really create a formalized opportunity to network with the 4 municipal governments that would have been affected. So there was some involvement in one of them, but it was our intent for this to be limited to the builders and the developers as being the most affected parties.
So I'm struggling. Why the builder? We will put the builder's interest in front of the parents and the city officials and the teachers' interest. I'm just not understanding, is this always doing it this way? What is our, when we get at this scenario and trying to do this, whose interest are we looking after? The developer?
I can attempt to answer your question and your concern. Because there aren't residents in these communities yet, the developers and the builders are the owners of the property, and they're the people that are constructing homes and selling them to homeowners. So at this point, they are the principal stakeholder as far as controlling those properties. Now, the ultimate stakeholder will be families, and that's correct. But since these are new areas and those people are not there yet, you wind up in a bit of a chicken and the egg kind of a problem. If we were to wait until we have enough parents move into these developing subdivision filings in order to have a meaningful stakeholder conversation with them, by that time they've already bonded with the school, and then we would be relocating them out of a school that they would have become a member of or become comfortable with. So most of the districts that I have worked with in the state of Colorado and elsewhere, when they have proactively moved predominantly undeveloped subdivisions, they have networked with the builders and the developers and made those moves before they were occupied. And that way the impact as far as forming school allegiances is lessened a little bit. So that's the foundation from which we designed the outreach effort that we used. Was we don't have families in the majority of these areas yet. And if we did, in a few cases, it was a handful. And so we were predominantly working with the builders and the developers of those properties who are disseminating information, who are the people that are selling the properties. And that's just kind of a standard practice that we use when we're looking at an area, meaning the school planning community, looking at an area that hasn't developed yet.
Other questions, directors? Director Holtzman?
So maybe a question and a comment. And I guess what I'm looking at is just, it's not a part of the presentation tonight, but we've seen these numbers before in terms of the reason these changes are being presented is because we have schools that are are already over capacity, and it's predicted to get even more over capacity. And there are real issues at these schools, and I don't want us to forget that, even though we're not talking about it tonight. And I also just wanted to say, and I know that I reported out to all of you, but the LRPC has done a phenomenal job of being involved in this entire process. And they have thoroughly vetted these scenarios. The questions they asked at their last meeting in regards to even all of these, and which I know that you've noticed, many of them have been modified a little bit since the last time they were presented to us, based on additional information and questions. And I just wanted to make sure the board realizes that the LRPC has voted unanimously to recommend these to the board. And I believe the presentation has some questions they've asked at different instances, but I just, as the liaison, one of them to the LRPC, I just wanted to make sure that we were aware of that, so.
Thank you, Director Holtzman. Director Hansen?
I know we're going to move into the cost section of this next, and in looking at the numbers, some of these costs are significant. I'm hoping that you can just remind me again what the criteria was to be placed on the urgent list. I want to make sure I understand exactly what these schools are facing before we start looking at the costs to the associated costs to correct the problem.
Mr. Cosgrove or Mr. Benningham, do you want either one of you want to address that question? Is what is the criteria to place these on this urgent list?
Well, a couple of, I'll just run through some of the rationale. These are areas where the school that is assigned to these cannot accommodate the development that we expect during the next 7 years. So for example, between Sterling Ranch and Solstice, there are 2,800 dwelling units there that are just currently platted, not counting at areas that they haven't platted yet. In Crystal Valley Ranch, we're looking at probably 900. In the canyons, we're looking at 1,100. In Castle Pines Town Center, we were looking at 300. And in the trails at Crowfoot, we're looking at over 900. So we have an opportunity to identify schools that have more room than the school assigned, or to do some boundary manipulation to try to hold out as long as possible until permanent schools are needed. The urgency comes from the fact that these are predominantly unoccupied now. And again, families tend to respond well to boundary setting. It's the midstream interruption that becomes a significant problem. When we surveyed our clientele in the fall regarding what they would be receptive to, 85% or 86% of our stakeholders said they were receptive to school boundary changes. And then we went on to other ideas, but for the most part, one of our criteria was that it would be kind of a do no harm or do little harm kind of an ethic as we looked at these areas that are predominantly unoccupied. If we wait another year to make these changes, as the schools affected start to crowd, there will be a significant number of families that move into these clearly identifiable, predominantly unoccupied subdivisions, and then we'll be dealing with a contentious boundary change, and we'll be looking at changing schools of assignment or grandfathering children that have already decided to go to the current school assigned. So that's a bit of the rationale as far as our criteria. Our criteria is to balance enrollment using capacity. And in these 5 cases, we have an opportunity to spread the load, if you will. So in Crystal Valley Ranch, we're spreading the impact expected of that subdivision over the next 5 to 7 years among 3 schools instead of 1. In the case of Sterling Ranch and Solstice, we're spreading that impact over 3 schools instead of 2. And in the case of the canyons, we have 2 schools in Castle Pines that one is short seats and another has some meaningful capacity. So we're spreading the load between the schools in Castle Pines and trying to use the seats that we have smartly over the next 5 years. The trails at Crowfoot, we're pulling those students out of a crowded school and assigning them to schools that have quite a bit of surplus capacity right now. So that was the criteria, was to manage expected growth into schools with room.
So
Thank you.
theoretically, if construction slows and some of these unbuilt subdivisions, the projected timeframes for these homes to be built out are now significantly delayed, we would be incurring cost immediately for our upcoming school year when that problem may not entirely present itself until that subdivision construction is complete.
So Director Hanson, thank you so much for the question. I can answer that as a segue into the next attachment. Basically, our assumptions are, first of all, we're going to have to transport students in these areas no matter where they go, if they go to their current school or if they're rebounding. So we will still need to transport any student that's beyond the walking radius, which all of these are. And so here, if I can ask Adam to go to the last spreadsheet, thank you. So what we did here, we assumed for busing, the annual cost was the cost of a new driver per new route, per new bus. So a bus equals a tiered route equals a new driver. That's not going to be the case in many instances because we would simply add a route with an existing driver or extend a route depending on the radius, depending on how many students are in that new subdivision. So if we take an average salary of a bus driver and then add to that the overhead for repairs, maintenance, supervision, scheduling, mileage, that's how we get $81,500 a year for one driver. About, I would say, less than half of that is the salary and benefits. The rest of it's the overhead. So we're assuming one new driver per route. That's worst case. Also, for the one-time cost, that's either zero because we would be using an existing bus or $115,000 for a 77-pack bus in today's dollars. So if we need 1 to 3 buses, for example, that's 0 or 3 times 115,000. Now, also these costs are for 7 years. That's at the estimated starting to have an impact of these developments. Some are longer, some are shorter. So for example, if a planned development would require 7 buses for the build out of that planned development, and we say we need an additional 1 to 3 buses, that's 8 to 10 buses. So that's only the delta over a 7-year period. So this is a slow roll, and we would have to be transporting in the meantime, no matter whether we rebounded these or not. So that's basically the transportation assumption. And if I may ask Colleen Doan to talk about the algorithm for the SBB cost.
Certainly, thank you, Rich. So the site-based budget costs, those are programming costs, and this represents net cost to the school district, not cost to the specific school, because many of our dollars through our site-based budget are on a per student basis. And so if we do gain or lose kids from school, there are dollars that follow those students to the new school. So when we look at these costs to SBB, if there are net costs to the school district or savings, as there are in some situations, that is because there are other components of the SBB that are not truly dollars on a per pupil basis that would be adjusted based upon the new enrollment. So what I mean by this is, if there are savings, that might mean because the school that's receiving the students is no longer considered a small school and they don't qualify for the small school factor anymore. So they bump above that threshold on additional funding. Or there may be a school that previously didn't qualify for the AP allocation that starts at 400 kids at an elementary school, that doing an adjustment may allow them to start pulling into that formula So it adds additional factors into their SPB. So that's why it's not always just a one-for-one movement of the dollars between the schools. And so the 6 urgent and timely scenarios, there aren't any that have the large material costs like the transportation scenarios that Rich spoke to. We're really looking at some minor costs for these because, again, most of it is movement with the site-based budget pupil allocation, so from one school to the others. And so if the numbers represented here are shown as a negative, that means it's actually in a savings, that our budgets, the combination of the 2 schools, would be less expensive under the new scenarios than the current scenario. I do want to point out, though, that these are all using the 2021 SBB, so site-based budget, and with constant revision to that on an annual basis and adjustments to our allocations, these numbers could look very different depending upon the year in which that change were to go into effect. But we needed to use consistent 2021 SBB formulas in order to calculate all of these. So there are actually just only a few that would have a true cost, as most of them, there's a savings from these 6 urgent and timely scenarios. There are additional 11 scenarios that are not considered to be urgent, excuse me, not considered to be timely. They're just 11 urgent scenarios. There are some of those that have larger costs, but those were not outlined in the information from Shannon.
And if I may, one more comment on transportation. So there are many unknowns. That's why it's a range. It depends on the overall enrollment projections. As you know, our neighborhood schools are projected to decline, charter schools increase. However, our student with special needs on IEP that requires transportation is increasing, but we use 3 third-party companies to transport those. So those are variables that are ever changing that may or may not allow us to use current drivers and current buses. So that's why there is a range. I hope that answers your question.
Very good. Mr. Cosgrove, anything else on the cost analysis that you wanted to share?
No, sir, I believe that's it. As you can see, got them scrolling to the 11 urgent scenarios. These are not timely because these involve students. All of these 6 urgent, timely, and 11 urgent are for 2021. Again, depending on the build out rate and the economic conditions because of the pandemic. And this analysis obviously was before the pandemic, but it was purely based on capacity and using available seats where we had them. And back to transportation, all of these new scenarios are slightly further away from their current school of attendance. So we need more busing. That's it in a nutshell. And that's how the number of drivers and routes were calculated.
And Rich, when you said 2021, we mean 2021 to 22 school.
Correct. August of 21.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. Directors, any other questions regarding the cost analysis or, again, the recommendations for the 6 urgent and timely scenarios? I'm trying to scroll through. I can't see all of you. So if you are raising your hand, just shout out. I wanted to ask a question of Director Holtzman real quick. I appreciated your statement regarding LRPC and their support for moving forward with these recommendations. Did LRPC grapple with the things that Director Chancha-Shore and Director Long brought up with regards to outreach of the schools that are being impacted and the lack of outreach with the planning commissioners in those communities? Was that a discussion in LRPC at all?
So a couple things that weren't discussed. One, they were not given financial impact, so they didn't discuss that. So I wanted to be clear about that right up front. In terms of parents being contacted, because it wasn't a huge issue. I think because they understood that the original plan of going out to schools and having community meetings couldn't happen because of the pandemic, I think that they didn't ask a lot of questions about that. And also considering that, like for the 6 urgent and timely, there's only 11 students involved. So, so there wasn't a lot of focus on that. And Mr. Cosgrove, you were there also. So if I'm forgetting or not representing this correctly, please help me out. I don't think there was a lot of additional questions about other elected officials being asked. I know that at least in one of the scenarios, one of the local governments reached out, and I know that I think Mr. Cosgrove and Mr. Bingham talked with them. I don't know, I'm not sure what other information to give you. I guess from my perspective, these are, again, tough decisions for us. We were the elected officials that have to make these decisions.
Right.
While I am really happy to take any community input, I'm not sure. I mean, we didn't ask them to reach out to other elected officials. So I guess I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Dr. Holtzman.
Mr. Cosgrove, if he has anything to add.
Thank you for the question, Director Ray. The plan was part of the community outreach plan, and the school capacity boundary analysis steering group reviewed that, and that did not include other government entities because it's the Board of Education authority to reboundary, of course, obviously pending approval by the Board of Education on what feedback and direction and guidance is given. So that was an earlier discussion, and this was in line with that. So to Director Holtzman's point, no, the Long Range Planning Committee did not see any concern with that because they were aware that these meetings would be with the stakeholders because there were no kids involved.
Great, thank you. Director Chancho-Shore?
Yeah, I do have an expressed disappointment in the not contacting the parents of the schools that would be impacted, at least through SACs or some group of representation could have. It was not impossible. I can't accept that really, but I guess I'm going to, since it has to be a decision that is made today, I'm going to then ask the school leaders that were impacted. They were addressed, and did you feel like they represented their communities and could address the needs of what the schools that would be impacted might have?
So I can start off and then ask Shannon to elaborate. I was personally involved with the remote meetings with all of the principals and directors of schools, and really in particular for the Castle Pines area and then the Crystal Valley area, all of the principals not only were in favor, but really supportive and gave good ideas about why these revised scenarios were better than the original scenarios. Yes, Shannon, and if you want to contribute anything else.
I think that the conversations that we had were constructive. I think the principals tried very hard to think about how their parents would react to additional students being assigned to schools. And we're thinking a bit about any changes to programs or curriculum that might be necessary. And I think there was, we thought carefully about the effect on Southridge and the extent of relief that could be achieved there. And I think there was as much thought as they could offer as far as what their parents' reaction might be. And I apologize if we missed an opportunity there. I had a couple of facilitators lined up to do those events as large-scale in-person events, and I guess we just felt we couldn't do that given the circumstances.
But you're saying yes, the school principals were consulted, and the school principals represented the needs of how that would affect their SBBs and their programs, their curriculum and instruction. We spent about an hour and a half with each group, and I think they tried to think very carefully about what the effects might be.
But again, there's no substitute for going directly to parents. So if there could have been another opportunity there, I apologize that we weren't able to pursue that. But I think the principals and the EDOS reps tried as much as they could to represent what those interests would be.
Thank you.
Director Lung?
We don't exist, in vacuum, okay? In the government, working together is the best way to make sure that all entities are being respected. So I am a little bit concerned that the statement that, of course, DCSD is school board in charge of all of the decisions related to school, but we also need to work well with the other jurisdictions that is within us. It's just a mutual respect. And if a city or a county do something that are affecting DCSD, we expect them to talk to us. So it's just a good way of working with each other. So I'm just not, I don't think it's a good way, we just ignoring them and just go on our way and only talk to the developer. And most of the city and county commission has a planning department or a city manager that probably have a better picture of how their city or the county works. I'm just advocating next time, it's probably just a good, way of building a good relationships with each others by at least, going there and let them know, what's going on. That's the statement I'm making. The questions that I have is, I'm looking at the financial. So how much does it cost us to implement all 6 of them? So it seems to me that the most expensive one is scenario number 9, which is costs one time up to $690,000, and then yearly $326 up to $489,000. Is that the most expensive one? So all of this add together, how much does it cost us yearly? If
I will have to calculate that.
Approve all of them, today.
I can do that in the background. I will sum those up.
While Mr. Cosgrove is doing that, board directors, excuse me, I'll just remind us that we've got a couple of options tonight. One, certainly the request is for us to provide guidance to Mr. Bingham and Mr. Cosgrove in terms of how we want to move forward. So certainly one of our options is to recommend approval of the scenarios as recommended tonight. Another possible motion could be that we're requesting that there be more input collected from the folks that Director Lung has highlighted, as well as Director Chancho Shore, before we can make a decision. So those are, I guess, are a couple of options that are out there. And then, of course, keeping in mind that our committee that we have assigned this responsibility to guide and counsel us have overwhelmingly unanimously said move forward with the recommendations. So I think those are the 3 things I would just highlight for us as Mr. Cosgrove is adding up the scenarios. So pretty soon I would ask for a motion in terms of how we want to move forward. Other comments or questions before a motion is made?
And Director Ray, if I may,
Please go ahead.
The steering group reviewing the outreach absolutely understands parent and student impact are essential. In fact, this survey did include every parent, staff, and student grade 5 and above. And it was intentional to delay all of the other scenarios until we could get parent feedback. These were the only scenarios that Western Demographics recommended and the LRPC approved simply because they were timely.
Very good.
But absolutely, that's why we held off on all the others, because we could not get parent and student feedback.
Thank you.
The first scenarios, the urgent 6, the maximum annual is 1.8 million over an approximate 7 years. When that annual, what year that would hit would have to be determined, but That's at the 7-year point, 1.87, or before. It depends on the build out. And then I'll calculate the one time, which would be any purchases of buses.
Any other, well,
So is the one time hitting us this fiscal year or next fiscal year?
over 7 years, I heard him say, Director Lung.
No, but there's the continuous cost. I mean, the one time, I think he's still calculated one time.
Correct. That's what he's doing now, is that he's calculating the one time. What he
So the
just-
one time spread over 7 years, or the one time is going to hit us all at once?
the quote he just gave us is the spread over the 7-year period of time on a, what he's calculating now is the one-time cost.
Right, I'm just want to know, is the one time, it's going to hit us for this 2019, 2020 school years?
Gotcha.
Or hit us the 2020 or 2021 school years? Or is
Gotcha.
it spread out?
The one time would be bus purchases. And right now that would be 2.6 million over 7 years. So it's 1.8 for ongoing, 2.6 for one time. And for the next year, we are going to have to use existing drivers and existing buses as needed to provide transportation. We do have bond funds for buses, but right now we are purchasing buses to replace aged buses. So, and it really depends on the rate of build out for these subdivisions. So there will be some, I just don't know how much.
Director Meek and then Director Holtzman.
And Mr. Cosgrove, just to confirm this, I mean, there's a cost if we do nothing as well. I mean, there will be students there that need to be transported. These scenarios are the recommendation for the best way to address the capacity issues that we have. But I mean, if we don't act on this, there's still going to be a cost associated with addressing those students' needs. Does that make sense?
Mr. Cosgrove?
Correct. We are going to have to transport students in those subdivisions to
Right.
some school as soon as they sign up for busing.
All right, directors. Any other questions? Oh, sorry, Director Holtzman.
So I would just say, I'm concerned about waiting to get additional feedback. And we've spent over 2 years getting feedback. And I do believe that we would have gotten different and helpful feedback if we were not in the middle of a pandemic that didn't allow us to meet with people in person, and the plans, if we could have made them happen, that would have obviously been better. But if we continue to wait, you know, even if we were to take action later this year, the families that this does affect, which are not that many compared to our entire 68,000, they're left with uncertainty. If we waited even longer, then we have more students who are going to be living in those homes, and there's going to be more uncertainty and more transition later. So the cost concerns me a lot. But like Director Meek said, we're going to be incurring additional costs because of these situations. That's the whole reason we did this 2-year project, is because we knew that we weren't utilizing our buildings most effectively. And so this will move us in that direction. I don't think this is an easy decision either. I really don't. But I do believe that it's the best thing we can do right now.
Director Chantra-Shore and then Director Lung.
Oh, I want to move that we accept the recommendation and that was approved by LRPC.
Okay, motion's been made to accept the recommendations for these scenarios as supported by LRPC. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Chantra-Shore, seconded by Meek. Further discussion, Director Lung and then Director Hansen. Whoops, Director Long, you're muted.
So we're talking about 11 students in here, right?
I'm sorry?
We're talking about 11 students in here. Because I look at number, the ones they urgent and timely, I count this is 11 students that we are affecting.
That's currently, that's how many students are in these subdivisions. That's
So
correct.
we're going to spend $4.4 million for 11 students.
Mr. Cosgrove, are you catching that question?
Yes. So the boundary scenarios, if approved, would be approved in order to avoid future residents adding to the capacity issues at certain schools. And the cost, while we start next year, depends on the build out and how many students are there and how many students want and sign up for transportation. The costs are estimated at the full build out of these plan developments as the delta in cost that would be needed for these temporary boundary scenarios until a neighborhood school would be built. So for example, in Crystal Valley, if we needed 10 buses without a new school, then instead of busing them to Southridge, we would need 10 plus this number to bus them to Castle Rock and to Rockridge. It's the difference. And
I think Director Long's trying to get the impact of next year. So he's seeing that we've got 11 kids to transport, and he is wondering if the impact for the 2021 budget is going to be $4 million to transport those 11 kids.
No.
And I hear you, Mr. Cosgrove, saying not even close.
No.
But my understanding from what you told me is that $4.4 million is going to spread out all 7 years. That means that FH, we're going to spend 600,000 plus every year. And first year, we're going to benefit 11 kids.
yes, but we don't anticipate those full set of additional buses in the first year. Certainly for 11 kids, it would be a maximum of 1 bus. And that probably would be an existing bus and an existing driver, because currently we're not increasing our driver pool because of many other issues. And the buses that we've already purchased in the bond simply replaced buses that have aged. So we would have to accommodate out of our current bus routes and terminals and plan.
So if we delay this by 1 year, we are fitting 11 kids.
I defer that to Shannon based on the build out of those plan developments. Shannon, if you could discuss the forecasted impact in 1 year to our worst capacity schools, for example, Southridge.
We would probably pick up another 40 children into Southridge, maybe a little bit more. I have a spreadsheet that shows the impact. I can look at it real quick. And I think that for Crystal Valley Ranch, for the 2021 school year, I'm looking at another 40 students. So in addition to the 5 or 6 that are there now, we would wind up with 46 children that would be attending Southridge if we didn't act through this coming school year. And then if we decided to make a change effective for the fall of 2021, we would either need to reassign those 45 children to Castle Rock Elementary or Rock Ridge, or we would need to grandfather them back into Southridge and then double bus Crystal Valley Ranch to both Southridge and the overflow school locations that we're identifying. So over this summer, these developers are bullish, and when they saw our figures, they thought I was still being conservative, and they're claiming that there is a lot of pent-up housing demand right now, and they continue to sell homes, and their models are open. They're showing homes, but basically that would be my expectation. For that example, it would be 40 children. For the Canyons, it would probably also be 35 or 40 children. For Sterling Ranch, we would probably be looking at a similar volume. So in all of those cases, we would be looking at continuing to load the schools where we know we don't have room for the ultimate enrollment. And then if we did a boundary change to affect what's remaining, we would be looking at a mid-course correction on those subdivision filings that are fundamentally not occupied. So we would either ask those families to make a change, or we would have to grandfather them into the school that they started at. So that's the reason why we're suggesting this might be timely. We can't really say the extent to which transportation is going to be able to integrate a short pickup schedule into an existing route. And that's why the cost figures are a little bit difficult to understand, because until we get through the first half of the summer and we see the extent to which families are going to move in, we don't know how many seats on those buses are going to be occupied. If school transportation is still, happening then to an in-person location, all of that is a wild card. But again, as Rich mentioned, there would be some integration into existing routes with existing vehicles and existing drivers until these housing volumes materialize. And again, we met with these folks probably 2.5 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, and they were sticking by the absorption numbers that I was confirming with them. So, the bulldozers are moving, the excavators are moving, the scrapers are moving, and they continue to build the streets and the lot infrastructure necessary to support this new housing. So, that's our best information at this time. And how we would respond to that as from an operational and logistical standpoint, we would have to leave that to other professionals to phase that in. And your cost estimates are really reflecting our attempt to be as transparent as possible about what the ultimate effect could be. But if we don't do these things, we would probably be having to purchase portable classrooms, or we would be having to do some other sort of mitigation at some of these schools in order to accommodate the additional enrollment that would be produced if we allow all the impact to be point sourced in one location. What we're trying to do is spread that over multiple locations.
Very good, thank you. And Director Hansen, last question before we take a vote, or I thought you had a question.
An easy one, I hope. I want to acknowledge that this has been a 2-year process, and my question is really in light of the last couple of months and the fact that our budget has substantially changed. Is your definition of an urgent scenario still the same? And I'd like to hear from both Mr. Cosgrove and Mr. Bingham, and just confirm that you would still, given the current circumstances, not the conclusions that we came to over the past 2 years, are these proposed changes still urgent in your opinion?
So if I can go first, not Western Demographics, but another one of our real estate consultants who's an international firm, they basically had the opinion also that the housing market's basically going to level off sometime in 2021 or return to the normal. But in the meantime, it'll be basically like a W. There will be a peak of pent-up demand, and then it will decline. Then there'll be another peak, and it'll decline, and then it'll go up to a normal in 21. So it will not be linear, and it'll take till 2021 to return, but there would be peaks. So they did acknowledge that home construction, while not constant, it will not stop. But it's not going to be just a constant growth, but it will be a growth. Shannon, if you want to elaborate on your numbers and your data that basically all pointed to August of 21 urgency.
Well, I'm working all over the state and all over the Western US, so my perspective is fairly broad. The thing about these scenarios is that other school districts are doing similar things. Some of the actions that some of my other clients have taken happened before the pandemic, But for the most part, the strategy of assigning unbuilt area to schools with room is sound. And even the developers and builders, the developers were the original owners of these properties, and they sold lots to builders who were the new owners of these prior to selling them to ultimate homeowners. When we polled them, they said they supported this strategy. So it's consistent with standard practice up and down the Front Range. And we asked the owners of these properties what they thought would be their preference. Now, I can tell you that after spending 38 years working with parents one at a time, for the most part, they would appreciate an early assignment more than they would an interruption. So I think our thinking in that regard is sound. But are these still good ideas given the pandemic? I'm a planner. I'm thinking about where we're going to be in 24 months. And I'm thinking that if we take this action now and we try to carefully manage the cost and utilize the resources that we have, that these proposals remain sound proposals given what I expect to happen. I'm not really seeing a slowdown in the activity in these biggest subdivisions. I'm seeing a little bit of slowdown in some of the ones that are more mature, but if you go out to Sterling Ranch, the earth movers are still moving out there. And I think that if we're thinking in terms of what's in the best interest of our families and our district over a 24-month period and extending on out into the 5 and 7 year horizon that I was charged to look at these issues, and these are still good decisions. If I'm thinking the next 6 months, the information is very weak. Again, if we wait another academic year, the opportunity to move unbuilt area will be lost, and we'll be in a situation where we're disrupting families, or we're winding up in a double bust situation for these 5 or 6 big subdivisions where we didn't really take action at the time where we could have moved everybody together. We wind up moving everybody in a fragmented way, or doing double transportation in some of these areas, which can be even more expensive. So the long and the short is, I think these are still good recommendations. And my goal has always been to hold on to the idea that we take action before these areas occupy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bingham. So board, we do have a motion and a second, and I do want to just clarify the motion is for only the 6 urgent and timely scenarios. There's also 11 additional scenarios that we haven't even ventured into, and I would say that we will not be able to do that tonight. So I would just ask that we focus on the motion right now for these 6 scenarios as written and as motioned to approve. And I'm going to ask you to vote. Chancho Shore?
Aye.
Graziano?
Aye.
Hanson?
Aye.
Holtzman?
Aye.
Lung?
No, because with so much uncertainty in our financial situations, and we are committing $4.4 million, not knowing whether the developers' projections still valid after this pandemic, I would rather to wait for 1 year so our economic forecast is a little bit more certain before we commit this amount of money, which is on average over $600,000 every year in the next 7 years.
Thank you, Director Long. Director Meek?
I just want to say, I think the way I understand this, we're only going to spend revenues that we need to spend to serve students who are moving into that area. And we're going to have to spend those revenues to serve those students. By making this decision now, we'll least disrupt them and their families. So that's my understanding. We're only going to spend as much money as we need to spend to serve the students that are moving in. And for that reason, I'm voting yes.
And Director Ray is a yes as well. That motion passes 5-1. And thank you, Director Meek. I think that's accurate in how you captured that there's going to be cost to transport these kids no matter what. And so we will move on from that agenda item next to EDCSD and the 3 scenarios that have been outlined to relocate them into an appropriate facility. Mr. Cosgrove.
Thank you, Director Ray. Gautam, thanks for pulling up the memo. Staff has been looking at for quite a long time options to find a location for EDCSD. And we toured properties with Greg Wiley, the principal, Corey Wise, the director of schools, Ted Knight, assistant superintendent, all before the pandemic. And we were looking at some space analysis, and then all of a sudden, when we were getting close, the pandemic hit. And so we were compiling information, and basically the memo lists 3 scenarios, one of which, the first one, is a direct result of the school capacity boundary analysis. It was a scenario on Western Demographics presentation to the board. It was discussed and vetted with the principals affected at Castle Rock Middle School, Cresthill Middle School, and the directors of schools, and with Greg Wiley. And the second scenario is an opportunity to lease in some way space at the Inverness Hope Online facility. And then the third one is, in general, in Douglas County, what would it cost programmatically to lease tenant finish, or to purchase tenant finish? So there's 3 sub scenarios in that. So we wanted to look at everything. And the scenarios range from little cost to a lot of cost, and then to what's best for students. And in general, the Long Range Planning Committee looked at this last week. Their motion is included in this memo, and the motion reflects the understanding of how that would not be ideal for the students at EDCSD, while it may be the least costly, and there are seats available. And to the credit, as always, of our great principals, John Veit, Sid Rundle said, and Greg Wiley said, we can make it work. However, it's not the best for students because of the socio-emotional aspect and the programming aspects. And that was discussed at length, and at the Long Range Planning Committee hits their motion. The option number 2 is, in today's current dollars, this is what Hope Online is spending to lease square foot at Inverness, and they have some space available. And in particular, it's a 9,000 square foot suite, and then it's a 17,400 square foot suite. And that is all inclusive of rent and operating costs. This is what they hope are currently spending. And if this was to be pursued, we would need to, first of all, tour the property. We have now created protocols for staff, in addition to our core teams in schools, packing materials for students to pick up for the close of school. We have a protocol for staff to enter schools, what personal protective equipment, how to screen for temperature, things like that. So that took some time in the background, and we've created that if the board directs this. So we would tour it. If viable, we would have one of our real estate consultants perform due diligence. Due diligence is a complete title search, zoning search, lease, everything. And if it is positive, then we would move to the next step. Typically, due diligence takes about 30 to 90 days. For Teddy Lane, for Eagle Academy, it took 90 days. And then if due diligence is positive, then we would negotiate and execute a lease. There's $15,000 in improvement allowance available in Hope's current lease, which could be applied to facility modifications. Facility modifications could take anywhere, in general, 6 months because of plan review, design, permitting. If you touch HVAC or electrical or door hardware, you need to permit. In order to permit, you need to design. And so that's the general timeline for that. And the financial impact is the monthly rent and operating cost. And then Estimates for a building modification, it's hard to say right now. I know Greg Wiley could walk in and use it in a large, typical day, but he does need office spaces. He has 4 classrooms as a need, and he needs office spaces. So some of that area would have to be subdivided. So there would be some cost, but it depends on what infrastructure is impacted in that facility. So hence the range. Cash in lieu funds are available because it's growth related and can be used. Certainly for one time, but it cannot be guaranteed as available for ongoing because cash in lieu funds are not always ongoing. In slow economic times, they're a trickle. In booms, we get a lot of it. And so we do have a store of cash in lieu funds now, but we can't guarantee for a long-term lease if that would be viable. And then the third option is more general. These are, and Gautam, if you could please scroll down to the third option. Thank you. We looked at 7,500 to 15,000 square feet. And how we got to that is that Greg Wiley, while he's operating in 1,500 square foot in Cantrell now, 7,500 to actually 9,000 would be ideal. And we know that facilities aren't in those particular square footages. So we gave a range to one of our realtors and said, go out and find what's available in this range. So 15,000 square feet would also give the district opportunities for other either programs or central functions from other alternative uses, schools, or training or professional development, for example. And so here it's the basic same process. We would have to tour, do due diligence, and if due diligence is supportive, then we would have to execute a lease or purchase and tenant finish. And depending on the extent here, if it's, for example, Teddy Lane took 1 year from the day due diligence was completed to occupancy, and that was a fast track. So probably 6 months to a year, depending on the extent of tenant finish. And then here we have the recurring lease and operating costs, if lease. If not, it's the one-time purchase. And either way, we would have a tenant finish cost. And right here, additional one-time recurring costs would have to be funded from the general fund because of the magnitude, which there currently is not any funding available. And Colleen can answer any questions about that. And so that's basically a summary of the 3 options that we would respectfully submit to the board for consideration and guidance.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Cosgrove. Board directors, specifically questions to the scenarios that Mr. Cosgrove has outlined for us. Any questions? And again, I'm not able to see all of you. So if there is a question, someone just go ahead and shout out. All right. Seeing none, I would entertain a motion for one of these options to move forward.
So, sorry.
Director Holtzman, go ahead. Yeah.
So I was trying to think of a way to phrase my information in a question, because this was also discussed at LRPC. And I guess I would ask Mr. Cosgrove if he remembers. Principal Wiley was on the phone with us, and I recall, I'm wondering if you recall his remarks regarding moving to a middle school.
Yes, thank you, Director Holtzman. So basically, while it is feasible and the 3 principals could work it out, it is not desirable. Some students would not attend the school because of anxiety. If they did, there would be anxiety, even with a separate entrance with facility modifications. It would not be a home school, similar to the issues that Eagle Academy had at Highlands Ranch High School years ago. It just wasn't a good fit with 2 student populations. But Principal Wiley, in short, said that it would possibly affect his programming because students would not desire to attend or would feel uncomfortable attending. And in fact, during the Long Range Planning Committee, one of the LRPC members has a child that attends EDCSD, and so she attested to that. So Director Holtzman, did I summarize the comments accurately?
Yes, you did. And if I could just follow up with one more question. And this question is based on concerns expressed by LRPC members. And my question is basically, do we think that there are any issues that would arise from being a subleaser to Hope Online, since we are also the authorizers of their charter? Do you think that that could present any issues? And I'll leave it at that.
And in fact, one of the comments during the LRPC meeting was that they would prefer in the lease negotiations, that's why the memo just says lease, it doesn't say sublease, because they would actually prefer a direct lease if possible, but that would have to be negotiated with Hope Online and the landlord.
And I would offer a couple of more comments. I talked with Mr. Wiley as well, and also listened in on the LRPC meeting. And the middle school option really is not an option in his mind, because he even stated that he would rather stay in the inappropriate facility that he is in now than the middle school option. And that's also historical. This EDCSD at one time was housed in Ponderosa, and there was great complications with that arrangement. So just to accentuate what Mr. Cosgrove and Director Holtzman was alluding to in terms of that option, seems to me to be one that really isn't an option based on Mr. Wiley's perspective of what's best for his kids. Director Graziano, I saw a hand.
Yeah, pending any potential move with option 2 or 3, what would be done with the existing location, the Cantrell building? What would and would that potentially offset any costs that would be accrued from option 2 or 3?
Thank you for the question, Director Graziano. There's only a few rooms in one annex of Cantrell that's really used by EDCSD. They coordinate with professional development to use the gym, in fact, so it's really shared space. So there's just a few classrooms there that we can always certainly use, but they're suitable for, well, they're a classroom, small conferencing or very small programming. Perhaps preschool could backfill those. It just depends. There's not a lot of space. There's only a few rooms. Simply because Principal Wiley relies on shared space.
Looking for a motion, Director Holtzman?
So it seems like to me, we don't have enough information to make a definitive decision at this point. So I guess I'm wondering if what we're really looking for, or if it's even necessary, but is a motion that would further explore options 2 and 3. For instance, I think that a legal opinion regarding being a sublessor to a charter that we authorize is warranted. And I think it looks like, we haven't been able to tour the spaces yet. And I'm not sure how much work has been done on option 3 to find alternatives. So I'm wondering if we could just make a motion to proceed with getting more information on options 2 and 3, realizing that we have real students involved here who do have needs and that we're trying to meet them. But
So is that a motion or just a wondering, Director Holtzman?
I guess it's a motion. I mean, that's the only motion that seems, and I'm not even sure it takes a motion to do that, but I'm willing to make that motion.
So motion to continue to explore option 2 or 3 for feasibility. Is that basically what you're after?
Yes, thanks.
Second that.
Okay, motion made, seconded by Graziano. Any further discussion regarding the motion to explore options 2 and 3 for feasibility?
President Ray, you probably didn't see me raise my hand.
Director Lung, go ahead.
I have actually a question. So where does this rent money come from? General fund?
Yes, Colleen, do you want to elaborate?
So cash in lieu resources are reserved specifically for growth related needs, and they're held in our capital projects fund, which is part of our combined general, but they're not otherwise on the table available for other uses within the general fund. So these are things that this is an appropriate use of those resources that are currently appropriate only for growth things. So we've got about 3.4 million in cash in lieu and 4.7 million in cash in lieu, and about half of that could be spent in any area within the school district.
So, option 2, well, I'm just a little bit confused because option 2 and option 3 both list out several dollar figure, and I'm not quite sure which dollar figure am I actually voting for. I mean, if there's a resolutions come up, and I don't know what is the cost yearly to the school district on option 2 or option 3, and where does the money come from? I mean, I would love to have more information. So I'm so glad Dr. Holzman table this, or move it to a later date, because I would love to know how much does it hit our bottom line, and which fund balance do we take to draw this money?
And Director Long, that would be the outcome of the motion that Director Holtzman's made tonight, that they would come back with a feasibility study that would say exactly, answering the questions you have, what would the annual cost be? What's the best lease contract that we can negotiate? That would be the expectation of the outcome of the motion that Holtzman has made. Okay, I think what I can certainly say is that I don't think staff can give us the answer to the question you have right now. So you're not voting on money, you're just simply voting on a feasibility study to come back to us for final approval.
So does this feasibility study has a timeline associated with that? Or are we in effect, postpone this item to a particular date? Or we just have a motions, just have this feasibility, when the staff is ready, then they come back and talk to us. So we left, so these motions give the staff the flexibility to decide when to come back to us. Am I understand how this motion work?
That's correct. So unless Director Holtzman wants to put a time specific to it, right now it's leaving it to allow staff to come back to us when they're ready.
I'm open to suggestions from my colleagues, but yes, that would probably be the way I would go. So
I have a little bit suggestions on this, because I suppose we want to move EDCSD in the next school years, right? So if we want to accomplish that, when's the absolutely drop that time, we need to vote to lease the space.
Mr. Cosgrove, do you have an idea of what would be reasonable for your staff to come back to us with a very specific negotiated potential lease with option number 2 especially, and or if there's other leases that might be considered for option 3?
Yes, with our realtor and with general counsel, it is typically 30 to 60, 90 days, 30 to 90 days. So I would assume in 60 days, we could get good due diligence. If not completed, we could get a good idea of what is feasible and what the cost would be for the Hope Online. I don't know about the others. That will probably take longer. And I understand that's already bumping up to the August deadline. So it would be very tight, but at least 60 days to have a realtor and our general counsel look at all of the issues, from zoning to getting approvals from, we're talking access easements for parking. We're talking, can students occupy instead of assemble? Are there any any zoning or amendments that need to be waived. We know that there are probably some that will have to be. So I would say in 60 days, if not complete, we would have an idea of when it could, but I would say at the outside 90 days.
So Mr. Cosgrove, would it be more efficient for us just to focus on option 2 as opposed to option 3, since option 3 sounds like it's a little more cumbersome in terms of the exploration and the feasibility, but option 2, we know of the facility, we know pretty close to what's being offered. Would it save time if we were just to primarily focus on option 2?
I think we can do both options because who knows, we may find some square footage out there for lease that is almost ready to walk in. You just never know. So we can direct our realtors to go out and look and find. And so I would say we look at both scenarios 2 and 3 and see what we can get done in 60 days.
Director Ray.
Mr. Tucker, Dr. Tucker?
Yes, I want to add, given this pandemic we're in, I want to be careful for us, and I want to make sure Rich and our folks understand that we want to be careful about the timing. We need to be very flexible with the timing given COVID-19 and the restrictions that are put on folks to go out, survey land, appraise land, appraise the buildings and so forth. So we may have a better idea probably during the next board meeting how long this may take. Again, given the impact of COVID-19 on every aspect of what we do. And this also will impact the options as well.
And Director Ray, on the third option, like I mentioned earlier, we have been looking at that. All that resulted in was one option. And so there may or may not be a lot out there. So we can get a quick check, but one definite option that is something that we can pursue is option 2. So maybe, we would obviously focus on that, but we can ask our realtors if there's anything else out there. In the past, that hasn't been very fruitful because it either required a lot of tenant finish or, for example, it wasn't for lease, it was just for sale and it was too expensive, or the configuration or location wasn't right. So far, scenario 3 has not been fruitful, but we can certainly ask again, but scenario 2 appears more feasible at this point.
So based on Dr. Tucker's recommendation, might we just put on our June 23rd meeting an update in terms of getting closer to understanding what the actual timeline would be? So so the motion that Director Holtzman's made is a feasibility study on options 2 and 3 with a potential update on our board meeting on June 23rd.
Yes, and I'll also give Rich time to have a conversation again with LRPC and the other folks who've gone into making these recommendations. But again, it's just so much is up in the air right now with COVID-19.
Okay, very good. Motion's been made, been seconded. Let's vote. Director Chantrashore?
Aye.
Graziano?
Aye.
Hanson?
Aye.
Holtzman?
Aye.
Lung?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Ray, aye. That passes unanimously. Given that we are into tomorrow, I would entertain a motion to postpone our next agenda item until June 9th. The next agenda item, which is a resolution to suspend the superintendent's evaluation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motions to.
So
I'm sorry?
Go ahead, Kevin.
No, I will second.
Okay. John Shore made the motion, Director Lung seconded, so that agenda item will be discussed on June 9th. And I will just simply move on to board reports to say agenda.
Do we need to take a vote first, President Ray?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Director Lung, for that procedural reminder. All right, motion's been made and second. Let's vote. Chantrashore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. That passes unanimously. So the only update is for board report purposes is our agenda planning is this Friday. We will attempt to plan both our special meeting for March 26th as well as our board meeting on June 9th. We will also hold May 29th as a potential backup if we need further agenda planning time. Anything else that's a burning announcement from board directors before we adjourn? Director Holtzman?
Okay, don't shoot the messenger. This will be quick. But there is an important item that I had individually discussed with each of you prior to this, and I am not going to talk about it tonight, but I do want to find time in the near future, even if it involves like a work session or something, if we could find an hour, but there's some pretty important possible legislation that may be happening to try to help us with our budget. And as Director Lung mentioned earlier in the meeting, you know, other elected officials are our colleagues. And I shared with each of you individually, you know, just a draft of a letter that we might be able to send to them as a board to give them information about our district and how COVID-19 affects our budget and all the different possibilities that are out there. So it's a lot to talk about tonight. I appreciate all of you who got back to me. I think I heard from almost everyone, but I just would advocate that we do need to talk about these things of, you know, the possibility of a Gallagher repeal, 271, a Tabor emergency bill. And I know that you're all aware of them, but if we could have a public discussion and maybe talk about how we want to try to advocate for things that will help our district. And I can follow up with you about that letter later. So.
And Director Holtzman, is that something we can incorporate into our May 26th special meeting, or do you need that done sooner than the May 26th?
I mean, I would leave it up to other board directors. It's probably soon enough. Like I said, I shared the draft of the letter that just basically shares with our colleagues at the state capitol, here's some numbers about Douglas County School District, and here's some things we'd ask you to help us with. But I think it could probably wait till May 26th.
Director Meek?
I was just going to recommend if we could agree on a letter prior. I mean, now is when the joint budget committee is deliberating. One of our legislators actually sits on the joint budget committee. And I think the sooner that we reach out and express an interest in working with them and helping them understand the magnitude of what the cuts may mean to us, the better. So I don't know if we have the ability to do it sooner, but I do think sooner is better.
Okay, we'll further discuss this at our agenda planning on Friday to see if we can either find a sooner date or if we can incorporate it into our May 26th meeting. Any other burning announcements that directors need to make at this time? Woohoo! Okay, I'll take a motion to adjourn our meeting.
I move to adjourn our meeting.
Second.
All right, motion made by Chancho Shore, seconded by Lung. Let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. And I want to just thank Mr. Shaleen, Mr. Sethi, and all the other cabinet members who have hung in there with us. Tammy, I see Amanda and Rich and Ted are all there with us. So thank you very much for hanging in there with us very late meetings. And thank you, board directors, for your focus and your passion and your hard work tonight. And greatly appreciate it. All right, have a good night, everyone.